Welcome to day 11, apparently, of the WardiTV Team League group stages. We're getting off into this with Riong from Onside and Jumi from Bonkers, as Onside looking for wins today. They are 2-2 in this group, and that's not really ideal. They want to go win-win, and that should send them through to the playoffs. So we will see if that is going to be how today plays. There's going to be some fun matches today. Bonkers play 3 matches, although one's off stream. I'm not sure if we're going to touch on that. Might just depend on what kind of time we end up at. We do have Thursday to kind of cast through some of the replay games and to finalize some of the results and stuff as well, so that is kind of a work in progress as of right now. So, again, hello everybody, hope you're all doing well. And yeah, let's kick off into some TVP to kickstart the day and get this all rumbling and starting and casting and all that goodness. Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit late starting. I was trying to organize a couple of players and bits and bobs here and there, so just trying to sort a couple things out. But I think we're kind of on track and okay now, so I think we're looking good for the moment. So looking decent. We had one match that was incorrect on the... one match that was incorrect on Wikipedia compared to what was written down in the... Discord, so I just got that fixed up and stuff and make sure that it's all looking as though we kind of know what's going on. And yeah, welcome to some TVP, guys. Actually, an interesting first match, Jumi against Riong. I actually think there's a good chance for Bonkers to maybe get one on the board early. It's central as well, so they get the server preference in this series. I actually think that's kind of a big deal because obviously, I actually think it lays out better where getting central against Riong, they will play west against Maru, but then if you kind of consider the Maru matchup was likely unfavored anyway, I feel like it's best to take kind of the double unfavoring on the bad matchup already, and kind of take the extra favoring on a matchup that could maybe swing things, you know? So I actually think it worked out quite well here for Bonkers. Like I say, the lineup of the players, the way the servers work, it's not something the teams can pick. It's simply we coin flip, and whichever way the coin flip goes, that is the first server preference of the series, and from then it just alternates. So it's overall it's fair, but like obviously there's a bit of randomness to it. You can kind of maybe plan your players around it a little bit, but it's very difficult to truly, like I say, play around it more so than just kind of letting it be and it doing its thing. So yeah, that's a little bit of a note for you guys. But the way it works out here actually I think really does favor Bonkers just a little bit. As you all going to be seeing the Reaper coming up. Back when we did, like, for example, Cast of Civil War, I think, we had a rule where the coin flip team got to kind of pick which match they took server preference on. So it was kind of a neat little thing where it's like the coin flip team got the first server preference and they got to pick which match they applied to. Then the second team would kind of go the other way. It's just a lot of admin work and it's just extra kind of hassle to decide and figure out and extra communication. So for the sake of this one, we just blasted that away, and yeah, we just made it a bit easier to play these group stages games out. Also, Cast of Civil War was only 5 maps, so it was a little easier to kind of make people pick and choose 5 maps at most, rather than all the rest that could happen. So yeah. Anyways, we're into some games here. Jumi and Riong to start us off, and you're going to see a medevac loading up a couple of mines, going to take them down to the bottom side. Hallucination going to poke for a couple of moments. Let's just have the Hallucination flying through into the main base. I'm just trying to see what's going on. The Marines will get rid of it, but only after it's seen everything. So Jumi gets full info to start off with. And he's going to proxy one pylon up to the top side of Mothership here. So Jumi may be looking to get a little tricksy over the next few moments. We do see the medevac going to get turned around, centering the Stalkers. Are going to be there to help push that away as well. Let me just see the Raven coming by. A lot of this coming through. Just, like I say, take a few moments and settle down and see where it all ends up. Blink and the Stalker still coming in. The medevac with the mines will linger. Gonna go around to the left side and try and dive onto the main base from over here, perhaps. So, kind of intrigued as to how exactly that plays. Let's see if we can get some work done with this. A couple of forges coming up as well. Just bring those forges out. Gateway on the way through. A couple of pylons are coming in as well. Hallucination will just move back over. The few Marines get underneath. The Hallucination gets taken down. The tank Stepping across for a couple moments as well, trying to see what else is going on. Still got that blink coming about here. Yeah, just seeing how Stim and the Marines continue to move through as well, so it's going to be pretty standard from Riong. And Jimmy, with blink done and double upgrade start, he's heading into a big macro play. He's going to be having this Reaper going to try and threaten a little bit here and there, but shouldn't be able to do too much. And a couple Stalkers blinking on in already. Going to get that Reaper killed off. Take that down. A couple Widow Mines will drop in now as well. You can see a bang bang for 2 probes, which is pretty reasonable. We should be able to deny everything here. I was going to say that Medevac kind of lingered around a little bit. It could have long boosted away. Actually, Medevac's going to survive because Jimmy's going to throw a pause down, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, that Medevac I thought was really going to be...
Game resumed.
There we go. I really felt like that Medevac was going to be a little bit more punished than it was. Do you see the probes having to pull away on the natural at the same time? So there's a amount of time being lost here. There's the main takeaway at the moment as the auto turret is dropped into place. Just going to see that thing cleaned out, taken away, and set up as well for now. Stalkers coming back around for a few moments. So yeah, 1-1 upgrades, the charge on the way by. I've seen a few Zealots still getting through. A couple of the gates in the Robo facility coming online as well, so you bring a lot of that up and into play. Combat shield about to finish up. The +1 attack upgrade. The concussive shells continue to come by as well. We obviously see a bit of bios stemming after some Stalkers. We have that gate on the top side of the map ready to maybe counterattack a little bit with this. Bios still chasing. The Stalker's being hunted. A few Stalkers going to blink further down. A couple of Zealots will go and jump onto the rocks for a few moments. Still got the 1-1 coming about. The attack upgrade and the concussive shells building into play as well. Zealot Stalker will step further forward. A couple of Widow Mines coming through. And Bio Force still looking to get into play right there. As you see the Marines and the Marauder continue to put some pressure out. Tanks is going to be firing. The Zealots are still stepping through. Just going to see a couple of these tanks getting cleaned up for the moment. Zealots warping in. Just going to see the Prism, the extra Zealots coming about as well. We will see the Stalkers continue to come around here just for a moment. The Halcon taking some more damage as well. Just going to see Marine Marauder Medevac Mine continue to build through an attack upgrade. I see the Stalker still blinking up. A couple of these Marines going down. The Zealots absolutely charging through and leading this charge forward. A nice little auto turret as well just to keep this back, though. At that point, once you start losing anything more than the Zealots, it's kind of time to get out of there. So time to back it up, and back it up we do. Turn it away and getting out of there for a couple moments. 2 upgrades still building by. The Immortal and the Nexus coming online as well. Let's head back down to the bottom side. A couple of Widow Mines going to burrow up. By on the Raven going to join in together as well. Yeah, Riong's supply looking decent, but so is Jumi's. Jumi's very much so still in this game in terms of the supply count. He's looking pretty solid here, so looking okay there. We're going to keep the scans going and keeping an eye on things here and there as well, just to see a little bit of what else is happening. We do have the Prism set off to that right side then. And again, the Bio and the Widow Mines, the Medevacs and the Raven all continue to come through too, so just taking some steps down into the middle of the map currently. 2G upgrades continue to come about. Robobay and the Gateway will be building as well. Just going to see a few probes transferring over to the left-hand side onto that 4th base. And yeah, like I say, Bio, Mine, Medevac, Raven all stepping over here for just a couple of seconds. The T2 upgrades continue by, the Robobay coming up. A few Zealots can maybe pick that target, as we already have Zealots into the main base, and the Zealots threatening what is actually going to be the natural. They run to the natural instead of the 3rd. Riong is going to run in on the other side. Widow Mines do that job initially. That's a lot of mines. It's going to clean up the first round of Zealots very comfortably, so we work through that very quickly, and we go from here. We have one more mine to set off. At least now the mines are used, but do we have enough firepower? Especially with the anti-armor missiles in play, it's going to weaken up the zone, but looking okay for Chewie. He needs to, not take the Widow Mine shots. He needs to just find a way to stabilize over here. If he can stabilize here, the damage across the map is huge. He's still got Zealots that are going after engineering base and more, and Jumi is going to hold on this 4th base, so he is going to be pushing Riong back. Widow Mine is going to get the Zealot. We have +3 attack. The Immortal and the Zealots continue to come on by and continue to bring that into play here. Just going to be seeing the other couple units going down. So we finally clean up back at home. 35 workers, army supply lead, but I tell you what, 2-2 upgrades from Jumi are massive here. That double forge from earlier in the game is now really going to begin to benefit you in a big way. It's going to be absolutely massive over the course of these next few minutes. Colossus plus the raid tank with a few extra zealots all coming through. Going to be seeing those continue to build in. A couple of assimilators coming online as well. The Marines and the Marauder just going to step through as well. Just going to get a zealot over on that side. We'll have the Colossus and the extra zealots coming about, plus the attack upgrade on that forge. A couple of Widow Mines still trying to step a bit further through. And there's the zealots and the immortals going to be there. A couple of EMPs going down the front units. We have the SCVs pulled because we are dead serious about trying to end this game right now as Riong. And rightfully he should be. I mean, we're going to back it off. A Colossus is going to be massive here. Having some splash against this is going to go a long way. And because you see, we can kind of give up a base as we're doing massive eco damage once again. Riong is all in with this push. That's just such a difficult position to engage. The Liberator plus the Widow Mines. But it's 2-2 to 1-1. Do we have a way to hold any longer? I like the Disruptor, something that can maybe chip and actually clean out the Widow Mines would be kind of a big deal as well. Colossus is not ideal. It takes a long time to build. We're going to have to run back here as Jumi. Oh, he just needs to try and find out how to take this fight, guys. The few Zealots are going to be so tanky. I mean, the moment Riong leads that kind of stronghold of an army, then it is a little bit easier. Like I say, the Disruptor is massive against these mines. Oh, we have detection, so we can actually shoot a couple of the mines as well. Disruptor shot and offend unit itself. Actually, good connection. Hits a few of the mines before they get to fire, so that's a big shot from the Disruptor. And that third base full, and like I say, Jumi just needs to be patient. He's in no real rush. Even if he loses the fourth base, it feels terrible. But realistically, like, Riong has 11 SCVs. His army is not getting bigger, right? I know we're scared about the fact that there's freaking, you know, mules and everything, but yeah, Jumi just needed to find a way to wait and hold on, and that's exactly what he's done, and now pushing through. Storm's getting rid of a lot of these medevac zealots, just not dying, because again, 2-2 upgrades to the +1 attack is not good enough. GG gets called, and Jumi will open the day up with Bonkers into the lead with a 1-0 advantage. Jumi getting it done to start us off. And like I say, if Bonkers want a chance in this series, that's the kind of swing matchup what you need to see going their way, and that's exactly what happens to begin this series. Right, guys, I'm just going to run ads just in case we get a long TVT. I'm just going to be a bit aggressive early just to keep us out of trouble if necessary. As our second map will be Ruby Rock heading in for Maru versus Baby Marine. And of course, we're going to have some 2v2s coming up as well. Alright, we'll get this underway and kick this into action. Perfect, it's going to be Maru versus Baby Marine coming up. Big one here. Baby Marine. Get Maru in. We're pretty much ready to go very quickly, guys, which is lovely. That's what you love to see. And yeah, Baby Marine going to try and... try and keep this lead for Bonkers. Bonkers are 2-0 in the league, by the way. A win today would keep that kind of going for them. They're also currently... They're down 0-3 against Shopify, which is obviously less than ideal. So that's one thing that we're still figuring out, guys. The Shopify matches we have to work on a little bit as well. So just working on that for the moment. Hopefully get some updates in soon. Try and figure that all out as we jump into this next game, Game 2. And it is going to be Baby Marine having the 1-0 lead for Bonkers against Onside here. We get this started off. Alright, so we take a couple moments. Just let to roll for a few moments here, get this all up and running into play. Get this started out and see what we want to do. See if Baby Marine has a way to try and knock Maru down. I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup. Maru's DVT is still phenomenal. It may not be as unbeatable as it once was, but it's still very, very good. So hard to really bet against him, and especially obviously he's a much more accomplished player than Baby Marine, unfortunately we have to say as well. Into this game too, and we do have the Reaper and the Orbital. Continue to come about for a couple moments. Alrighty, our Factor coming down. The Orbital's about to finish. The Reaper's still coming through. For a few moments here, get the SCV moving across as well, and we just take a couple of seconds. Again, all of that underway. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper going to fight. Reaper on the Reaper going to be taking some damage. The SCV will take some shots. We're actually going to see the Reaper's fighting. Who has the advantage? I think Baby Marine just does. But now without the SCV, that's going to be a kind of an RNG check. Next Reaper obviously will help. And that is going to be a chase away. And we'll get the SCV back as well. So it's kind of a win for Maru, right? Because his Scout and SCV is losing mining time anyway. And you delay the CC of your opponent. The SCV there is obviously more meaningful. And yeah, Maru's already expanding, so that's obviously a big plus as well. And again, 2 Reapers in the Hellion just going to be moving about the starport. Continue going by for a couple seconds then, and we just have ourselves a starport on both sides of the map. Command center on the way through, the SCV is building up. Get this moving through for the moment. Here's with ping advantage. Maru is on the ping advantage for this game. So it started off in Bonkers' favor. It will swing to Onside here and will alternate as required. For the next 2v2, it's Europe versus Europe Korea. For that, it's naturally central. That does not get used up as one of the advantages, basically. So because it's Europe versus Europe Korea, central is the fairest overall. And then we continue from there, kind of alternating. As Baby Marine trying to get up this ramp is going to drop a grenade down. Does not really achieve all too much there, unfortunately, as the Cyclone, a couple of Marines will continue to build into play as well. So just bringing up what we can, getting going, anything possible. Cyclone Marines and that Raven will continue to come through. The Orbital Command, the SCV, building their way out for a couple of moments here and getting that settled into place. Cyclone into the main. Just going to move across for a little while. And again, the other couple units continue to come about as well. And we see the Raven moving back over to the natural. SCV is transferring between the bases. And just a lot of setting up being done at the moment in general here as you see the Raven coming across. Interference Matrix is still building through. The Marines in the siege tank continue to come online. Those Marines still building through. Again, the command center building up. Cyclone locks on for a couple moments onto the Hellion. Trying to get a little bit more done. Hellion Reapers and the Cyclone back over into the center of the map. Tank, Marines, the starport continue to build. Chilling in the center of the map, taking a few moments. Maybe seeing the Hellion there, and it's going to get cleaned up as well. It's going to be a nice, easy grab. And take that down instantly, and then continue through. Yeah, I mean, TVT developing into a little bit of a work lead for Maru. The units we expect to see. Maru is double starport, by the way, so he is not going to triple CC like Baby Marine has done. He is more so looking for a push, and a push that's going to hold a lot of control here in general. So, watching for that, seeing how that's going to turn out in these next few moments. We've seen our Vikings, the Marines, the Liberator coming across. The couple tanks will unsiege, and we'll get ready to start pushing, like I say, up and across onto the map. Cyclone knocks onto the Cyclone. Little grenade goes down. Cyclone gets bopped. Cyclone will be killed. A couple of Reapers can pull back over as well. And just pulling back over also, and just going to be seeing our Ravens, this everything is going to come through. The orbital command is going to be taking some shots already. It's going to be seeing another couple of grenades going down. Marines coming about, auto turrets coming into place. Just going to be seeing the Liberator still sieging. Baby Marine trying to fight this aggressively with all those interference matrices. Is that good enough? You might actually, oh, nice auto turret. That's actually going to buy you a little bit more time. You can't fight off the Liberator though. The air control is going to be the issue. We lose at least one siege tank here. And Libs can obviously continue to push forward. Not a bad fight in the end from Baby Marine. It seemed pretty terrible when it first started out, honestly. But it wasn't terrible. It's just the two Liberators that remain are an issue. Especially as your opponent has the Vikings in the sky to protect them as well. You're about halfway through the stim. Because you cleaned out the tanks of your opponent, you can maybe argue that... Well, actually, that's really nice as well. He gets rid of a Liberator. Because he's got the siege tanks of his own and he's so close to stim, I actually think he's going to be fine. And the tanks going down for Maru means that you can actually like stim into a fight here in the near future as well. So I actually think that's a pretty big deal. We're looking good here, no? Baby Marine, he's held. Obviously, Maru is building a third CC. He's going to go into a fusion core as well. Extra factory looking to play mech behind this. But for now, Baby Marine has held and is going to take a lead in this game too. Now, again, TVT is extremely difficult to play out even from an advantage. And so we do still favor Maru in this position. But in a game between two equal players, this is Baby Marine's lead. It's just the opposition kind of comes with a asterisk next to it, which is that it's Maru. And so you can't really count him out anywhere near just yet. This Liberator gets a few SCVs. Maru actually has a worker lead, by the way, so that's one thing that's maybe a bit crazy in this situation, that the player who's at such a deficit is actually, or feels like he should be at such a deficit, such a later third, actually has that much faster economy kind of build-up. SCVs have to pull away. It is obviously just 8 SCVs have now gone down to Liberators. What we're going to do here is Baby Marine, can he actually bust through? Maru's trying to go into battle cruisers. If Baby Marine can bust through before BCs get online, we could absolutely see a situation here where we could possibly make something kind of huge happen. It's going to be seeing the Liberators continue to siege up. A couple of Vikings still overhead there. A couple of tank shots firing. Tanks still unsieged. They're going to pull back a little further. Again, 1-1 upgrades coming through. The combat shield Marine Marauder coming about as well. Just going to see the BC and the other couple of Vikings continue to build into place. BC up, I really feel like Baby Marine's moment is kind of coming and going. Like, the longer this goes, I feel like the better it gets for Maru at this stage. So maybe we just gotta kind of go at this point. We do have the Medivacs gonna loop around the right-hand side. 20 worker advantage is massive as well. I like this drop. In theory, you should be able to get a fair bit done here, but I guess with auto turrets and so, maybe it will not be as effective, and the Medivac goes down quickly too, so you lose your healing potential to keep those units alive. Gets in position on the bottom left-hand side, though, and this base is going to be in at least a little bit of trouble. Has to lift off. Bunker going down. The deep one on the Sense Tower will be easily picked off as well. Just a question of how do you deal with these Liberators, and yeah, we do not have a good long-term answer to the Libs, apart from just stimming in and trying to fight. Then the battlecruiser shows up. Marine's actually going to be very weak against the BC. They take a long time to kill a battlecruiser as the issue. The Marines might just have to dive for the Liberators. If they do, it's going to mean that they, no. It's going to mean that they take tank fire. He actually did dive in for the Liberator. He didn't quite get it. If he just finished that off, I'd feel a little bit better about this. Maru is pulling off a very, very comfortable defense in the end. This is going to get pushed away. Dealt with the drop initially, pulls back over. Took a bit of damage on the left side, but overall taking this fight a lot better than his opposition and looking good. DC's still trying to trade through, getting a little bit more done here. After being found, bang, bang, onto a couple of units as well. Vikings especially, just get rid of the anti-air, maintain air control as Maru, and you are pretty golden in this game, to say the least. Raven is going to go down as well, these BCs. And of course, teleport if necessary as well, so they're going to get a few kills before they just teleport out of there. I'm just going to escape away for the moment. Liberator coming on through. Just going to be seeing him attempt to bust through on the right side from Babymarine. I like the idea. I like the ferocity. He actually is going to get rid of the tanks. He might get rid of the base. But he's losing SCVs on the other side still. Babymarine not quite able to hold on just yet. And the base just lifts up and gets out of that. And again, the BCs will play cleanup on the tail end of it all. Babymarine's going to say GG. The BC's a little bit too much of a checkmate here. Maru is going to take game number 2. Tie this series up 1-1. And we are going to head to some 2v2 up next, guys, in the form of Cristiana and Riong taking on Babymarine and Jumi on Roskalion. So I will just get that hosted. We'll run some ads so we'll get everyone in again. Just going to be a bit aggressive with the ads, guys. Eventually that will allow us to kind of skip some ads. Just being aggressive at the start, just in case we get a very long game. Daniel Veteran, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 44-month resub. Good afternoon to you and GLHF to yourself. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate it. Let's move everyone down and around. How do these player slots and where they need to be? Cool. We'll get this started up. And we're just missing Babymarine to make this full 2v2 ready to go. Crowtail on the 140-month resub. Always appreciated. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, you can't really say much more than that, can you? Nearly 12 years. Actually crazy. Nearly 12 years. Crazy business. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. There's Babymarine. Gonna invite him in. Doing well? Nice. Awesome. That's kind of funny, actually, because we're doing a freaking Team League. And you go all the way back in the history books of WardiTV, all the way back to when we were not... all the way back to when we were... not even WardiTV, but SE2 Improve instead. And you just keep going all the way back and back and back. You get to a point where you get to Team League Season 4, and that was the biggest event we ran at that point. And Crowtail was one of the sponsors for SE2 Improve Team League Season 4. Way back when. Jeez. That's kind of crazy to think on. When do I, Oh, there we go. SE2I Team League Season 4, that's why. Yeah, it's crazy. SE2 Improve. Back when you were a uni student and had all the free time in the world, yeah. When life was very different for everyone, I think. It was, it's really crazy to think back to. Yeah, SE2 Improve Team League Season 4. I'm just doing some history searching just out of my own interest. That was back in 2015, literally 11 years ago. Who knew it would take us 11 years to get back to a back to a Season 10. We took a few years break, to be fair. We took a few years break. Awesome stuff. Yeah, we just got a bunch of sponsors for that Season 4. It was awesome. It was like my first, it was the last year I was in university as well, so it was before I was full-time, and it was like the biggest event we did at that point. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Alright, let's jump on the Indie Cam and see what Riong and Cristiana have to bring as Onside take on Bonkers in the first 2v2 of the series. And both teams hence looking for a lead in the matchup right now. Let's see if they can get it or not. And get this underway. Try to see what we can do. Figure out what our plan shall be. You're just going to get a probe, as you obviously begin to do a little bit of scouting here early in the matchup. Obviously, Terran Pros versus Terran Protoss. Phoenix is usually very prevalent in Terran Pros versus Terran Protoss, or just Terran Protoss in general for 2v2, so kind of think on that a little bit as the Warp Gate and the Stalker come about. The Nexus is coming online. Bringing that up here for a few moments. Hit going down. It's a bit of an SCV. I'm just going to be seeing the second SCV taking some damage as well. Adept trying to shade forward. Twilight Council coming through. Just going to be seeing the Reaper getting chased away. And just move that back for a couple of seconds. Just going to see the Adept moving back around then, and we try and see what else we can do. And Twilight Council, the probes and the Stalker, the Warp Gate, the battery, little bits of everything all coming up just initially. Blink and that Warp Gate still building by. So we get that set up for a couple of moments. The Adept moving over. Just seeing where we can get to. Battery, we're going to be finishing up on that base as well. So we just get that set up also. We've seen the Reaper's going to fight a little bit, so a couple of shots coming over, trying to get something done. Just going to be seeing our Marines, the Banshee, and the Cloaking. Trying to get this going as well. Just going to have that probe pulling over the side. Banshee and the Cloaking all coming through. And get settled in here for a couple of moments, and we just have, obviously, no Phoenix at all. Going to be just pure blink from both the Protoss players. Maybe a bit more kind of mechier and techier from Baby Marine. He is going to go bio. He's adding on the extra barracks, but he's actually going to go into Banshees and tanks initially, so it'll be a bit more harassment on the side of Baby Marine, whereas Riong is a bit more straight up into the stim pack and that kind of big bio play instead, so kind of going in that direction as a bit of a comparison here. Stalker just get underneath and hit that hallucination for a few moments, and hallucination comes flying straight into the main, trying to see what's up and what's going on. Getting some damage done, just poking about. Medevac obviously taking a few hits as well. It's going to be seeing the Marines and the Medevac gathering up onto the low ground for a few moments. It's going to be seeing the Hellion is going to roast away at this probe, and that is going to go down, so it's going to be a nice grab. Always nice to be able to clean that up when possible. Yeah, some decent damage dealt. The Robo Facility and the Nexus, probes and the charge all continue to come through, so we just bring all of that into play. And yeah, Siege Tank, Stim Pack on the way through. The Medevac's going to go boosting out onto the map, so it is Riong, like I say, a faster Stim. Will try and get in position. At the same time, you should have Baby Marine trying to harass around a little bit with the Banshees or so. His Stim is quite away from being done again. He's just invested into a bit more tech early. And is that something which is going to pay off? Not if they don't do anything. The Banshees are swinging around the right side, so they are on their way to try and do something. We will see just how successful it is soon. And then the plus one on the charge continue to come up. A few Medevacs unloading onto the watchtower here. And it's going to be seeing the Banshees cloaking into the main mineral line. We go. A few SCVs going to get grabbed pretty much right off the bat. Get a couple kills right away there. So a couple of bits of damage being dealt as continue through. Just realizing now we probably don't have the resource trading tax on, but I guess they haven't fed each other yet anyways. So it's not really going to matter. because it's at the point where they'd be allowed to anyways. Dark Shrine building some DTs from Jumi. We'll see how they go. As the first Banshees do okay, getting in for some damage. And on we go. Bordy Gemini, the AI, says I have a master's in physics. Is it true or hallucination? It's true. I guess it's written somewhere, and the AI has learned that of me. Yay. Can't hide anything anymore, man. Like, you know, in the past, people had to scrap around on the internet to find all this info. Now an AI just scrapes it all for you and spits it out, huh? Yeah, I have a master's in physics. I've built that a few times on stream. We've seen DT going to get in. A couple of these probes getting jumped on, so big bits of damage being dealt here just initially. I mean, again, just we have a response to the DTs, but you're forcing the units to kind of come back and to deal with it and everything, so there is genuinely going to be quite a few downsides to that. Sog's going to fight. A few Marines are going to be there. See the Storms and Marines steering forward. Jumi and Baby Marine have a lot of supply at the moment. Need a couple of tank shots though. Need to get rid of the tanks really before they can kind of keep fighting this. The Marines of Baby Marine are not going to have a good time if they keep running into tank fire. They might be able to cancel this base though. They still have the supply lead. Again, scan still coming into place. Just going to see the few zealots pulling back. A couple of these zealots getting chased as well. Stalkers may be able to get a blink in after some zealots too, and they're going to begin that right now. Extra zealots warping in off on the left-hand side. Stalkers still getting jumped on here. The zealots still taking some damage. Stalkers dropping. Archon's taking big hits. Just going to see those going down as well. The rest of the zealot Stalker Archon force coming back around on the bottom left side. Gonna get another couple of cleanups here just for the moment. The +2 attack upgrade still coming by. The extra DTs all building into place. This army relocates back around up into the center. Seeing the Marines are going to fire through. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Marines having to pulling back. Baby Marine and Jumi giving a bit of space to Riong and Cristiana here. Looking to see what we can do. Having a couple of tanks going to load back up. Just going to back away a second. Going to get that scan down. Liberator is going to siege toward the tanks as well. Just going to have to pull a bit further out of here. For the moment, the tank is going to press further up, and we are just going to go back and forth a little bit. So let's try and charge in for everything else right now. Again, tanks firing nicely. Just going to jump on toward the depot initially to get the rest of the units gathering back into the center. Marines and the tank still building through. Just got the upgrades all building about. +2 and +1 are building in. The +1 vehicle weapons coming around as well. Bringing that straight into place. Just going to see the +2 attack coming up on the side of Cristiana. So I'll bring that straight through. The Marines are going to get here. This prison goes down. And so Jumi will not be able to do much else. Riong is just really hurting. Like, his economy has been held back massively in this game. And Cristiana is looking strong, but it's kind of a 1.5 versus 2 at the moment. As Riong's supply is struggling. As they get the tank sieged up and we kind of force these units to run into tanks, it's going to get tough. Riong is not even stemming the Marines. They're already hurt. There's not enough medevacs. Again, that pressure onto Riong's economy throughout this is keeping him down, and Bonkers looking very good to maybe get back into the lead of this series against Onside, which would be kind of crazy. Bonkers getting very competitive in this matchup, and I love that for them. Just going to see the army is just getting closer, and with Lib sieging up as well, it's going to become tougher and tougher to hold this off, as this position really does look to get into place. GG's. Jumi and Baby Marine are going to have enough to win a 2v2 map, and Bonkers will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Very, very exciting. Alright, so we are going to go into Zaun against Arfire. Up next, going to get that going on Taito Citadel. So let's get this hosted. Get this ready to go. Central West. That was neutral. Central. Neutral. West. Perfect. Alright, so Taito Citadel. Zaun Arfire for some PvP. I mean, PvP is always dangerous, right? So keep that in mind as we get ready to host into this next 1v1 game Onside. Looking to tie it back up with Bonkers once again. And then to Cristiana Jumi. I favor Cristiana there, but it's not a guarantee. And then the other 2v2 is Maru and Zaun against Arfire and Heromarine. Well, there ain't no guarantees there, honestly. Ain't no guarantees. If our players are ready, I think we can just go into this, guys. The ads earlier have paid off in the end. Like I said, we play them a bit aggressively initially. And allows us to just sort of, when we get to this sort of point, we don't need to play them. So, catches up eventually. As we get ready to go. Taito Citadel coming straight through. And we get this ready to begin. Countdown into map number 4. Alright, Bonkers. With a 2-1 lead over Onside. In the top left side, it is going to be our orange Protoss player with the 2-1 lead, looking to take them up to a 3-1 advantage. Obviously, that would guarantee them at the very least an ace match. It's going to be Arfire in the top left, battling against Onside's Zaun in the bottom right, trying to tie the Seals up for the second time in the match. Let's see if he can get it done. Alright, so we get set up, we get ourselves a little bit of build up here. Probes are going to pass each other by as they go to scout across the map, and we go to figure out just what's going on early, try and see what everyone is getting up to. Probe is coming about, just going to be dropping down a pylon to the bottom side. Cybercore on the gateway continue to come through. Just be having the cool gates gathering around, that Cybercore coming through, the probes coming up. We'll get that up and running. Yeah, we just have a couple stalkers in the warp gate coming by for a couple seconds, so we get that all in the way through. We've seen the stalker's going to get there, probe is going to get grabbed. We do just have the robo facility coming up from Zaun. Obviously, there is a pylon bottom left of the map from Arfire. Not sure if he's going to try and use that. He has nothing nearby to build with it, right? So, probably not. Arfire was for the long time the proxy robo kid, but no proxy robo from him on this one, it would seem. Yeah, and the robo coming up on the side of Zaun. He's going to go Twilight Council, Arfire. So Arfire expands Twilight Council. Obviously the robo is up, and so we're going to start utilizing it with the Prism on the way out. The next is down about halfway done, so we're going to be onto that expansion shortly. And yeah, just going to be seeing the hallucination going to pop out and start moving onto the map as well. So it's just going to go for a little bit of a journey out to the other side for a little bit here. So moving over. Prism has the 2 adepts inside, so Zam will look for some early damage, look to try and move around and get something done. Hallucination is moving over, Prism is coming across, just going to be seeing that Prism going to get chased away for a couple of moments. And then just having the blink coming around, just going to move that over again. Twilight count from the Forge continue to come up, the Immortal coming by as well. Stalker's going to chase, Adept's getting hunted down, just going to be having the little grab there, Arfire able to clean those up and potential to go across the map here, so obviously he has himself blink already, so you have a bit of map control. The Immortal's building up from down to try and secure yourself the numbers. You can see the Stalker and the sentries will gather about, just going to see the Stalker's getting ready to fight a little bit. Stalkers will shoot. Pylon's going to go down. A couple of gates get depowered. I'm going to try a force field on the ramp. I mean, the Stalker's able to blink out. Now, if we can keep force field in here, it's going to be difficult for the Immortals to get back to the low ground. Prism is not nearby. We're going to recall over here. And he recalls the rest of the units down to low ground as well. So good job by Zound so far, negating the complexity of what is being presented, basically. And great job on that just initially. So coming around with this, just going to be seeing the gateway coming over. A few probes have fallen. Let's see if his dog is going to gather about. Missing the dogs coming through, just going to be taking a bit of a fight. The Immortals obviously still very powerful in these scenarios. Got to definitely play around those. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming to bound. Again, the +1 attack and the Stalkers still building. Just going to see the Stalkers blinking upwards, Immortals and Sentries. I'm going to go chasing. Zan has a chance to get across the map here with the +1 upgrade finished. Maybe he actually has some power to attack in. Obviously, his own blink being done gives him a bit more of that kind of mobility factor. So the advantage kind of lies in Zan right now in terms of army strength. He's down a few probes, though, so he definitely needs to try and step in here and do something. We're going to start seeing a little bit of this fight breaking out just initially. So off we go. A couple force fields. Arfire buying himself some more time. He's nowhere close to having charge, but that would help a lot. He loses a couple Stalkers on the bottom side of this. Prism is down well protected for the moment. Now going to blink forward, trying to punish these Stalkers. Arfire's doing a great job of keeping the Immortals away from the fight and trying to minimize what they can do. Definitely bought some time, but is it enough? He's down 20 army supply and that upgrade, remember. And now that these Immortals are up onto flat ground, it's going to be so difficult to negate them. We take down one, but because we can blink back across as Zound, you're going to be able to knock these numbers down. And the Stalkers are taking some big hits. Damage are being done for sure, and it does look as though there's going to be Zound to perhaps just power through and win this game right here and now. We've got a battery got recharged. It's going to do a little bit of work on some probes. Obviously, giving up the probe is going to be a big loss anyway, so in and of itself, that's already a bit of a problem, as these Stalkers just keep dropping. Arfire does not have enough. Credit to Zan, that was a hell of a push, with a lot of firepower behind it, and he's able to get it done. GG's. Zan is going to tie us up 2-2 here for Onside against Bonkers. We're going to hop to Europe now, so we're going to just hop on over there for our next matchup, which will be Cristiana versus Jumi. So that's coming up in a couple of moments. So we get Cristiana and Jumi ready to go in just a second. Perfect. Swap the servers, go to Winter Madness, and we'll kick this off. Right, Cristiana's already in here. So yeah, Cristiana and Jumi coming up, guys, and then we have ourselves some others. There was a mistake on this match on Wikipedia earlier. Somebody initially said it was going to be... initially it said Cristiana Babymarine, but the official Discord posting of the roster was Cristiana Jumi. So that is correct, and that's what we're going to go into here. And then Maru versus Arfire Babymarine, and we either have a winner by then or we go to an ace match, very excitingly. The next match of the day, Bonkers against the Three Musketeers, is going to be coming up as well, so looking forward to that as well. What's going on? What's happening? Lots of games to get through. Very, very exciting. For all of our casters to hop on over as the players ready up and get set to send us. So ready, we are good. Let's do this. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Alright, let's kick this off. As we have ourselves in the top left-hand side, it's 2-2. Big game right here, because winning this puts you onto match point, but a 2v2 to play could obviously be upset potential, right? 2v2s have almost nothing guaranteed in them, so yeah, big game right now. I say this every time we're tied up 2-2. This 1v1 really puts the pressure on the other team. As we are in the top left, our blue Protoss player, Cristiana. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player, Jumi. Loco has a 24/7 more Loco now. Am I considering 24/7 stream too? I was talking about this, no? Like 2 or 3 months ago. So, but yeah, it's just like, is it worth running a 24/7 channel to 50 views or something? Probably not, is the reality of it. You have to keep like a PC live all the time, you have to keep the stream going on it. Yeah, it's just gotta keep up the videos all the time as well. Like I don't know the logistics of how there's probably like a way to make it work more smoothly, but like I think realistically it's just But I think sometimes it's just important to let the other places breathe. I mean, I have enough content, right? I have days upon days upon days of content that we could loop from YouTube and stuff. I could just loop stream archives and stuff as well, right? So I have to make a new account for 2. That's like the least it's like the least concerning part. It takes like 10 seconds, right? That part takes 10 seconds. The rest of it takes a bit more commitment, but yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, I understand the use of 24/7 channels, because obviously I do think some people like to sort of put it on and just leave it there. Yeah, I'm not sure. My content's a bit weird as well, right? Because, so I guess the way I look at it as well is that, like, for example, a lot of my content is like stream content as well, whereas everything that Loco puts up is like he casts it for YouTube. So all of his content's really good because it's like pristine and like he casted it specifically for YouTube. A lot of my games are like I'm dead after 5 hours and I'm like low energy and then I fight chat for a while. I'm not sure if this makes for the best kind of 24/7 content anyway, you know. So do you gotta have a machine running all the time for 24/7 stream? Yeah, I think the easiest way to do it, so I looked into it a bit. There are some websites which can 24/7 stream for you. The biggest issue with the websites is that you basically then have to upload the videos you want it to play, which is just a massive chore. What would be much easier, the best thing I could think of, right, is basically you have like a machine that runs 24/7, and that machine just plays the YouTube playlist on a, plays a YouTube playlist essentially. Like you just set up a bunch of YouTube playlists and bam, you just set it away and it just YouTube just plays and the stream just streams, you know. Because every other option I found, like I couldn't find an option where like a website hosts the stream, but then it just reads off of a YouTube or like plays videos from a YouTube or something. Like that just doesn't seem to exist. So yeah, I don't really have a. My best personal solution was just like to basically run like a capture on a YouTube, a separate machine, capture a YouTube channel, and just capture the window and just play YouTube videos and just send it off, and it'll just stream for the next however long the playlist is, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting one. The other problem as well is like if I just redid my YouTube archive streams, it's like everyone has like a start time and like an end of stream a little bit. Like they're not like properly curated videos because they're just live archive streams. So then I could maybe only upload my separate YouTube videos, which is still a lot of content. But yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I thought about it, but it's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. Stalkers, I'm going to come moving around. We do have the blink coming up on both sides, a couple probes coming about. Hallucination is going to check up to the top to see what else is going on. This PvP has been developing for a couple moments. Stalkers will jump in, and another couple of Stalkers. A couple of sentries setting up as well. Stalker just warps in on the natural. The Oracles just going to be poised there to figure out what they would like to do. The gateway, the battery, probes, and the blink. All of that coming online as we just see the extra couple of gateways coming about as well. So we bring a lot of that up and running and just have ourselves the Oracles ready to move around on the left-hand side. Again, the blink coming up on both sides here just for the moment. Bringing that into play and seeing where we can go. Stoker's going to hold out, just going to be in position initially. Doc trying now building from Cristiana. Jimmy with a little bit of supply lead, a little bit of an army lead and so on right now, so in a reasonable position there. That Twilight Council still coming through, a couple of gates coming about. Having that Dark Shrine building as well. Again, next to the couple of probes, continue to build on through. Just going to see the Stalkers in the center are going to come back across for a couple of moments as well. We're just trying to see what else is happening here with this army of Jumi. Putting some pressure on. Robos coming up should be fairly well timed against DTs, so there should not be too much of a problem. If the DTs warping on the right side, there's no gateway there either, right? Oh, sorry, that's the freaking Stargate. Yeah, so the DTs have to warp, even if they, yeah, well, yes, even if they warp in on the right side, yes, there's still no gateway there. So they can't necessarily, you know, arrive super quickly at the base. I think we're going to have a chance to get an obs out. We've got to be super careful right now of that stasis ward. We cannot let the stasis catch too many of your units. That could be absolutely disastrous as this. Yeah, nice blink back. Blinks into this one. Still fine, we set the stasis off. Going to drop a couple of force fields and try and create a position where we can get some damage done. The Nexus obviously right now is taking a few hits, so taking a few shots. DT shows up. The sentry Still being chased for a couple of moments. Sentry goes down. The Stalker's being hunted as well. A couple more Stalkers warping in. See the DT still coming through for those Stalkers over the next couple of moments here. DT wanting to chase, going after that Sentry. Again, the few Stalkers gather up for a few moments. The Sentry very nearly getting grabbed. Keep running, buddy. Oh my god. Every time that DT goes to swipe the Sentry, it actually gets away for a second. Yeah, only a couple probes going down, and this is going to be a pretty good defense. Charge on the +1 coming through. A few extra probes on the way out. Nexus and the Gateway coming about as well. So again, we get a few bits and pieces up and running there. Stalkers going to try and fight up this ramp also. Trying to move our way through. And move into position for a couple of moments. Just going to see the few Stalkers are going to go back and forth. So we set up over there for a couple of bombs as well. So again, move through for a little bit. So going to see the couple of Oracles still activating. Trying to find a little extra here just for a few moments. And yeah, just going to have the rest of this continue to come back around. The DT swiping through a few more of those probes. A bit more damage being dealt. A lot more being done. The Stalkers and the Immortals still coming back around into that bottom left-hand corner. Thanks to our Stalkers. Playing cleanup for a moment. Just going to get that picked off. Very decent at the moment. We continue to move on through and see where else we can go. Just continue to get this underway. And we do have ourselves the +1 attack, the Immortal on the way through. Temple Archives and the Gateway continue to produce as well. So again, we bring a lot of this up and online just for the moment. These Zealots heading down to the bottom left-hand side as well. And they are going to make a charge across. Stalkers to hit the right side. Cristiana going to go after this Nexus. Jimmy down about 8 workers. He will protect the right, but he needs to now get across and defend these Zealots before they do serious damage. And that's the issue, because you've still got the Stalkers on the right, so you need to move back in position to deal with those, while also having a reasonable amount to go after these Zealots. You're going to see a bunch of probes starting to go down. Zealots are going to try and buy time, but they will truly just be doing that, buying some time initially. We can see some more your extra units showing up. The Stalkers do push away, but we lost the 4th base. So Jumi, without the 4th base, is going to be in a much bigger kind of realm of trouble here. Cristiana sitting 141 to the 126 supply, and he will lose these Zealots. Like, these Zealots were actually not that effective. This part was really well defended. I think the issue from Jumi was the fact that he kind of mistakenly... Yeah, he kind of mistakenly moved away from that right side to pull across. Like, the Stalkers are obviously still there, so it should be kind of obvious that you can't just move away from that right side base just to go. I know he was moving across to deal with the Zealots, but he needed to keep a few more units in position. Could have been a better blink forward with only one Stalker, but even still, he actually is still going to push this back somewhat decently. Just another massive round of Zealots run down the left-hand side, and we're going to force a recall this time as Cristiana looks for even more. We are going to get rid of a few Zealots very freely. But once more, it's going to be that right side 4th base that probably gets cancelled again as Cristiana moves back over in this direction. Great movement in this PvP from him. And Cristiana is making all of the moves potentially just come through and win this. As the Nexus comes down, the Temple Archive still coming up, +2 attack upgrade building by as well. And again, Stalkers and the Immortals will continue to gather together. Only coming about just at the moment. Just going to see the Stalkers and the Immortals still gathering together here. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism, the Archons, Zealots all the way, Temple Archives too. We have a lot of good stuff coming up right now, so I'm bringing a lot of this into play just for the moment. Bring this about, and we just have ourselves the Stalkers coming around as well. Just having ourselves the, again, few Stalkers and the +3 attack upgrade coming about here. Prism is coming through too. So we get that online just for the moment. Let's see what else we can find in the next little bit of time. Thoughts and the Stalkers and the Archons continue through. Just going to be seeing the extra Zealots continue to build by here for a few moments. We're going to continue to get a lot done. As Cristiana just has the supply, I think, to see this one through to an end. So I think this one is going to be brought to a close here very shortly. Wrap that up. And Cristiana is going to take a game 5. Onside get their first lead of this entire series. We're going to be hopping back over to NA for some 2v2 in the form of Maru and Zaun versus Arfire and Babery to see if Onside can close this out. Alright, so yes, we will jump into this in just a second, guys. Get this ready to go. So yeah, where are we at? We are hosting onto Rohana. Do 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 do. Oh, everyone joined this very quickly, Jesus. Right, just missed one cast, and we're pretty much ready to go straight into this, guys. Could be a deciding map. If Maru and Zaun can win this out, it is going to be a victory for them. And everyone is set color-wise, which is perfect. Everyone is ready. Jeez, people are popping. Ready to go. Okay. I guess that's what happens when the 2v2 doesn't feature any of the players that just played the 1v1, right? Because then everyone is just in voice calls, ready to go, ready to join the lobby, and we're able to just zoom straight into it, guys. So that's what we will do. Remember, after this, we have got the Bonkers versus Musketeers matchup. Then we're going to go into Onside versus the Musketeers and Villains versus the Musketeers. Some fun matchups still to go, and like I say, we'll see what we can do in terms of remaining schedule. I've got to make a bit of a schedule together for Thursday still with some of the replay games. I'm not sure if we're going to hit that Bonkers versus Villains matchup today or keep that for Thursday. There's a little bit up in the air, so I'll let you guys know about that as soon as I kind of know about it. Alright, it's match point for the blue team in the top left side. Zaun and Maru playing Terran Protoss obviously will be the blue team here, and they will be on 3-2 advantage, so win this game and the series is over. Otherwise, they must go to an ace match, which I think it's fair to say we favor them in. They've obviously played all of their players once. They can pick anyone for the ace, and typically they've been picking Zaun for the ace, but I still think it's a very solid choice and going to be difficult for Arfire or Babery to overcome. They would be the two players eligible for the ace from Bonkers. Jumi played twice this series. As such, it's, yeah. As such, it's kind of difficult. He cannot play the ace, so it's going to be Arfire or Babery for the ace if we get to it. First, they must win this 2v2. Let's see if they can do so and force the ace match. Alright, gate and the racks coming through. Just going to be seeing that true on both sides of the map, so no one doing anything too crazy yet. This is one of the more aggressive maps. Because of the no ramp into the natural, because of the separated main bases, it is possible to kind of bully one guy. But both players, or both teams, are having their Protoss players expand already, which suggests that we're probably not going to be going in that kind of route of like a 4-gate, plus some kind of Terran all-in. So it looks as though we are going to see a bit more of a developed match here to get things underway. Is Cristiana an official member of Onside? Yep. When did he join? He's been part of Onside for a long time. So before Vitality picked up the Onside team, Cristiana was already on Onside. And then the Vitality team basically took over the Vitality overtook, or Vitality partnered with Onside to pick up the contracts of Riong, Maru, and Zaun. Or Solar originally and then Zaun. So they picked up those contracts, and because of that, the Onside players that were left, Cristiana and Rex, went on to a team called Offside for a while. Basically just to kind of clarify that they weren't part of Onside, because Onside officially was part of Vitality, but only for the 3 top guys. So in theory, kind of basically, he joined back to Onside when Vitality dropped the Onside players. But he's always kind of been under the contract. He's just been playing as offside instead of onside in terms of just, like I say, just something a little... Just basically a... Like, basically, he's always been on the team, just in a slightly different concept because of the Vitality hiccup. If that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that well. Hopefully, hopefully it makes some sense at least. Hopefully you can glean some information from this mess of a sentence that I just put out. It's going to be seen our Adept moving around for a couple of moments here, trying to see what's going on. It's going to be having the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through for a little bit as well. Settling this down, just going to see that Starport coming into play. Also, just get this set straight up. We're going to shoot the Adept, taking some damage. Let's start getting the Phoenix coming by. Getting that brought into play here. Just going to see the Hyperflight Rotors coming through, the Banshee and a couple more Marines still added on into play as well. Stalker just going to shoot at that Oracle. He's going to be seeing the probe getting picked as well. A couple Stalkers will still continue through. It's going to be having ourselves the Hyperflight Rotors coming by, the Marines, the Tank, and the Banshee all coming up as well. So bring a lot of that straight into play just for the moment. Yeah, the couple of Phoenix will continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Adept shading forwards. The Oracle is going to be there. Again, Tank, Raven, SCVs, and the Barracks Bunker as well. Continue to come about here just for a couple of moments. And get this on the way through. But if my drop comes in, and we are going to be seeing Baby Arfire does not split well there at all. Oh, that's brutal. Baby Arfire is just having a bad time. He's lost now 21 probes. So he's kind of getting bullied hard as Maru gets into him. And Arfire's supply just plummets, which puts Bonkers definitely a step behind right now in this 2v2. Not ideal. And again, Banshee, Tank, Marines continue to come back across. Moving over for a little bit. Just gonna see the Phoenix lifting, SCV getting grabbed. And Stalker's gonna be there. Phoenix coming about, just gonna be seeing the Stimpak Combat Shield and the +1 all building through. Marines, the command center, a couple of those barracks building up as well, just currently. Get that on the way. Again, the Phoenix will continue to move their way around for a little bit here. Again, Stimpak Combat and +1 still building up into play. The air weapon upgrade coming through, the Nexus and the Fleet Beacon coming online also. And bring a few more bits and bobs into play just for the moment there. Let's see where else we're going to go. Essentially, the Marine's going to show up. They're going to go after this pylon here. So the pylon gets picked off. The Nexus is going to be under fire. The Stalkers want to try and step across to try and deal with this. The Phoenix comes through. We get a bunch of lifts initially. Marines getting underneath. A bunch of those Stalkers actually going down. The power of the Phoenix. That's why I think the Phoenix are just so good. Because like when you combine them with the with your teammates, they just get so much done. We're going to recall the Phoenix here though, so we might have taken some damage, but we're at least going to get back home to play defense against the Banshees. Going to be seeing a couple of tanks getting sieged up. Still the rest of that Marine tank force coming back over as well. Just going to see the Phoenix is still joined up here. A couple of tanks will siege. Again, charging +1 coming about. The gateway is still building through. The Nexus on the way. And a couple of probes and that +1 attack upgrade for the moment. To see the tanks getting lifted. Phoenix coming through. The Marines are steaming forward. A couple of those tanks going down already. The Marines do get forward. Just going to see the tank lifted again. Dave Marine and Arfire have to say GG and Onside close out their first match of the day comfortably with a 4-2 victory. GG's to them. We'll be seeing Onside back in about an hour and 15 minutes in the next series. But for now, we're going to go into Bonkers versus the Musketeers. So we're going to hit that up in a couple moments. That will start on a White Rabbit. Let me do a coin flip here as well. We'll get that ready to go. As we switch series, guys, I'll just run you into a set of ads, and we have a fresh best of 7 coming up as Onside get a much-needed victory. That was very, very important for them. It is the Musketeers to take the coin flip. Just going to give Funny Babymarine and Classic play twice in this series. Oh, no, sorry. It's 2v2 later on. It's only going to matter for this first one, so maybe for the ace it could matter, actually. So if it gets to an ace. All right, White Rabbit coming up. Let's go in a second for Classic versus Babymarine. Cool. What's up, Screaming Waffles? Thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. As we get everyone into this lobby, all the castles are here immediately. Just need Classic to be joining this lobby, and we're going to get into a fresh series. Alrighty, guys, counting down, ready to go in a few moments. White Rabbit going to be our map. Get this ready to kick off. Alright, we've got players in here. If everyone's ready, we're ready. We can just go straight into the next series, guys. From one series to the next, nice and simple, nice and smooth. So Onside win out 4-2, big win for them. Like I say, that puts them to 3-2 in the overall group. We'll see how they finish against the Musketeers. 3 match wins is not safe to advance. 4 match wins is probably safe, but 3 match wins is not. And especially the Musketeers are a team who are 2-0 right now as well. We're about to see a bunch of their games kind of play out as well. So we'll be figuring this out. We're going to really see a lot of how this group kind of is at basically by the end of this one already. So yeah, it's going to be a fun day to kind of see where everything goes to as we kick off and get ready to go. In the top right hand side, it is going to be the orange Terran player representing Bonkers as they play a back-to-back matchup here. They go straight in against the 3 Musketeers. Babymarine in the top right is our orange Terran. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be Classic. Game 1, best of 7 coming through. Get this up and running. What will we see then, guys? Setting up into this, seeing ourselves get into play. Let me see what will happen as the SCV and the Probe going to nibble at each other. The couple of barracks are still coming through. I'm just going to be having both those barracks coming up initially. And another Reaper coming over. Orbital Command and the barracks still setting up. The Cybercore and the Nexus building in as well. Looking good there so far as we just have the SCV. Going to continue to build through the depot for a couple of moments here. So that depot coming online, getting up and running. And yeah, Orbital Command, Cybercore, and some other bits and bobs. Still coming into place right now. Nexus going to be a part of that as well. Just going to boost on that Stalker. We got ourselves a battery coming down. A couple of Reapers are still building through as well, so we get a lot of that coming in at the moment. The barracks is going to lift off from a little bit of a hidden position. Babymarine obviously playing up against the wall here a little bit, trying to figure out what he would like to do. Seeing the sentry and the warp gate coming by. A couple of probes and the batteries coming up as well. Continue to get that going. And it's going to be seeing Reapers moving about. It's going to be seeing Hallucination moving across for a couple seconds as well. The Reapers going to combine. Maybe I thought could have gone for the Sentry, but there's a battery in the mineral line, so maybe a Sentry with a good grenade could have been, like dive the Sentry and grenade it outwards could have been good, so that there was maybe a possible play there from Babe Marine. Doesn't find it though, and so for now, just continues to set up. Triple CC scouted by the Hallucination, so Classic knows just how greedy Babe Marine has been, and that's big for Classic. Getting that information early means you can play around it a whole lot more. Gonna see the rest of this gathering. Just gonna be having the Warp Gate coming through. Blink coming about. The Gateway and the Robo Facility coming up as well. The Reaper's gonna throw a couple of grenades down onto the Stalker for a moment. That Stalker taking some damage, centering the Stalker together. Continue to come through for this and just having ourselves a little bit of a shove. The 2 Reapers go down though, and we get pushed back for the moment. Back building through. Maroon Marauder still coming up. The barracks still building by as well, so we just see Babe Marine continue to settle. Obviously, as Blink comes in, we'll see what Classic does aggressively. He's going to 4 gates, so it's definitely going to be pretty aggressive here. Move that across. The 2 Stalkers and the Sentry just coming about. And we do have a couple of Marines coming by. Now the barracks going down as well. And those few Stalkers just going to go stepping across. The Blink still coming by. The Stalker on the way. Nexus and a couple of pylons will produce through also. Stalker's going to poke. The few Marines coming about. Again, Combat Shield. Marauder and the tank coming online as well. Starport still building through. We got ourselves the few SCVs building up as well, so they continue to come into place. As our Stalkers will look for a chance to poke at the front. 4 extra Stalkers just warp in right now. And they're going to get set to try and be involved here. Means we are going to blink into the main. No tank siege up initially, but the tank is arriving. Bio units have stim, so they're going to be pretty feisty compared to what you might have expected. And Classic has to just leave there. That was really not successful for him at all. Nothing really gained. He's killed some bio units throughout the game in general. He killed some there obviously too, but his Stalkers take a lot of damage and get pushed back. The Prism into the main might be annoying, might be something we can have to pull back to deal with. It only brought 3 Stalkers. It doesn't have one-shot potential on the SCVs, unfortunately. As the Bio will stim after it. And like I say, with the stim available, you're actually going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto this Prism. I was going to say, do we not have any Marines? These Marines on this bunker could have moved up. Like, these Marines from this bunker could have unloaded and moved here, and that basically stops the Prism from escaping every time, I think. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a... The only risk of that is then obviously you expose your bunker, but it might just be worth it, because if you kill the Prism, your opponent has no micro potential via Prism, and no warp-ins to the front door. So then, I actually think it would be okay at that point. Because then also, if they're killing the bunker at the front empty, the tank is still there safe. And if they blink on the tank, but they don't have Prism micro, then they're in a lot of trouble as well. So I actually think that would have been an okay move for Babe Marine to come out and move toward that upper left-hand side a little bit instead. That's going to be seen. A couple Marines are going to be there. The Prism gets turned once again. Storm and the Charge both building up. Again, the attack upgrade building also from Babe Marine. The Marine and Marauder and the Medevac all building by. So going to get that into place. Going to recall the Prism, so obviously feels as though he's just a little bit trapped in and just can't get away. Classic going to cut his losses and just say, cool, let's figure this out another time and live to fight another day, basically, with the Prism. So very smart move, just like I say, living to fight another day is definitely the motto for him there. Just have the Prism loading up. We continue to see a couple more High Temple warping in as well. A lot of that continue to come through as we get the cancellation going off. Tank is still sieging. Getting that on the way through as well at the moment. Classic has 64 probes, by the way, so his economy is booming behind all of this. Remember that despite the fact it was 4-gate blink, he's still just got masses of eco here, and Babe Marine currently not really doing something or anything really about that just yet. Another bunker down on the 3rd base, just again prepping for maybe a move out from Babe Marine. That bunker might help you to feel a bit safer about kind of counterattacks and being ready to, possibly deal with them, of course, so... A little bit of a move there. We do have the Storm able to get 3 SCVs only is really not too big of a deal either, right? So that's very manageable. As these Marines get underneath the Prism, and there's a 2 High Temple that will go down. So that's a nice catch from Baby Marine. He's had some great movement today. Remember, Baby Marine in that game against Maru, like, yeah, okay, he did not win it out, but he actually made some good moves. He got himself into an early lead. He's playing some very solid SC2. The challenge against these top-end Korean players, though, is not just getting yourself into a good position, but playing that good position into the victory, right? Actually getting the GG out of them is so difficult, even when you're in that lead. So that's kind of the challenge at the moment. Well, Probe's still moving around, and he's going to go after a Marino. So again, we do have 2 Colossus now building at time. Classic very quick to just expand into different kind of forms of tech. So going from the going from the High Templars and the Storms now already going into Colossus. Giving Baby Marine very little time to set up against this. This is also good. Just EMPs. 1 Storm came down. The Prism is super low. We killed a High Templar. We might kill the other. He scans to see where the Prism is moving to. Can the Vikings get it on the cut across? Do they get in range? Yes! Oh my goodness, 1 HP. You're kidding me. Wow. He at least snipes the High Templar. So he gets the High Templar. The Prism lives on 1 health. That was just unfortunate for Baby Marine. That absolutely should have been. Yeah, that should have been a dead Prism, I feel like. But Classic gets away with one there. Just sneaks out of there without taking the troubling setup that he maybe should have been in. Not the end of the world. Like, the Prism's still low, right? So it's still a bit vulnerable. You do see the tank siege up trying to zone. EMP is very important right now. We do get a couple of good ones. There's still some storms remaining, though. 1 storm around the right side. Baby Marine doing a lot of running is my concern. Doing a lot of, spending a lot of his time running back and not just a lot of time actually fighting here. I get it, you're afraid of that army, but you put yourself in this position to take this fight, so what? We're just kind of, not sure we want to commit for it anymore? Army moving about, +1 armor about to finish, +2 attack on the way, Marauders and the Vikings still coming over as well. Fire pulls all the way back to the top here. Take a couple seconds, and we just have 2 upgrades, the Prism speed, all of that continuing about then. The Vikings, the Bio, the Ghost, the Medivacs continue to gather together as well, so got a good chunk of stuff settled right now. Classic's army is closing on being maxed out, and he's starting to do that thing which Classic does in this matchup, which is to begin expanding pretty much everywhere, so we begin to get that ready to go. Prism goes down. Just going to be seeing the Vikings going back around there. The Stalker's blinking across. Zealots and the Colossus coming through. Just going to be seeing the Bio loading up. And again, the Zealots and the Stalkers continue to run across here for a couple of moments. Just running by. The ship weapons coming through. The 2 upgrades coming about as well. And we are going to see the missile turret is able to play cleanup on that one, as you have the Vikings coming about also. Just having that ship weapon still coming through, then the Ghosts are building. Just going to see the EMPs hit all the High Templar. Yeah, the instant stim and just let's send this, as Baby Marine realizes that he's not going to get a better fight than this. A fight without storms is a fight you want to take. A couple more EMPs come down to soften up the Archons as they begin to morph. The Vikings still chasing the Colossus, and Baby Marine, the only reason he's not leading on supplies is because Classic got a massive Zealot warp in, but this truly was a very good fight from Baby Marine. He runs back now, has to kite against the Zealots. He reset so many of the tech units. He killed all the Colossus apart from 1. He killed all the Archons apart from 1, so he really picks off everything. However, Zealots on the counterattack, STV's going down, and apparently Baby Marine's army's still not good enough. Maybe the run forward was actually a little bit over-committed. I would have done the same, man. I also feel you hit EMPs like that. You kind of send it, but maybe over-EMP'd a little bit. Maybe you could have had a few more EMPs still available after the fact as well, possibly. So, yeah. GG's. On the other side, I feel like Baby Marine's been playing well. Like, he's not quite got the finesse to maybe close out the games, but a lot of the positions he's been getting into today have been awesome. Loved watching a couple of those. We're going to jump to Europe, by the way, for Arfire versus Showtime. So we're going to get this PvP started. It's going to be on Europe for a couple of matches, actually. 4 matches in a row on Europe here. Coming up right now. Let's get this on the go. So we're going to go to Tourmaline to see if Showtime can extend the lead, or if Arfire can pull it back to 1-1 and try and keep Bonkers in this series. Alrighty, here we go, everyone joining us here. Just waiting for everyone to log in. Hop over, join the lobby. And we'll be straight into the next game, guys. Just waiting for one more caster. Oh, there they are. Joining the lobby now, and we are ready on the Protoss players. So as soon as I see them in the lobby, bam! Countdown begins. Keep the team league moving along here. Yeah, big day that helps us to finalize a little bit what's going on. So, like I say, after today, we'll have most of the matches having been played. There'll be a couple that are outstanding that we need to figure out. There's especially the Shopify situation we just need to figure out, which is a little bit more complicated than... That's a little bit more complicated than the usual situation, so that's being worked on as far as I'm aware. But other than that, we do have pretty much all the other matches played, and obviously some replays to cast on Thursday, just to kind of finalize the playoff bracket. We might not cast every single series on Thursday that remains, but we'll cast at least 2 or 3 and of the important ones. And then, like I say, get that playoff bracket finalized for next weekend. Very exciting. We finally wrap up this team league. Ahead of a busy April where we have the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, the WardiTV Spring Cup leading into the Spring Championship. I'm working on another big tournament right now behind the scenes as well. There's a lot going on. And I think there's some other announcements that are coming too from other people as well. Like April, May, June is looking busy when it comes to StarCraft. So look forward to all of that as we get into game number 2 of this best of 7 then. Showtime. And the upper right is part of the Muster tiers, which gives him the 1-0 lead thanks to Classic's earlier victory. And he takes on Arfire from Bonkers in the bottom left. Couple gates and simulators all building by. We get set up. Those gateways coming into play already. The assimilator coming up. Going to see the probes coming through, those gates coming over. Let me just settle this down for a couple of moments, so we bring that straight into play here. Gates building by, cyber cores coming through, probes are going to produce. Just going to be seeing that probe pulling over to that left-hand side as well. It's trying to get settled here for a couple of seconds, and we're just going to be seeing the gates, probes, cyber core continue to come about. What is the Shopify situation? Hearthstone can't play his games, but for a very good reason. And as such, they are working on swapping Scarlet in for the Hearthstone games. This is one of those times where admin rule is that this is going to be allowed to happen because they've got a very good reason. But Scarlet's also in like China or something. Scarlet's not easily available to play either, so they're figuring it out, basically, is the TLDR. It is being organized to the best of what I understand, so yeah, that's it's kind of happening. It's just slowly taking place. Robo facility coming up from Arfire, Warp Gate and the Stalkers coming on through. Get that all underway here. Stalker's still poking at a probe for a couple seconds, and that Robo facility going to be finishing up over on the left side. The Prism will begin to Chrono Boost out of this here. Let me just get this going. But yeah, the Shopify situation, like I say, it's complicated because it's not just a case of, well, he can't play, it's a walkover, because it's a very good reason. I'm not going to look to punish a team for it. And as such, like I say, I'm happy for them to swap, but their swap is not easily done. So we're just, like I say, kind of we're going through the process of trying to figure that out exactly. So, yeah, we'll, I'll have hopefully some info for you guys on that soon. I just don't know where it's at or when it might be played and stuff like that either, so... I think we're actually going to let Lambo swap into Hossum's 2v2 game initially as well, and maybe that actually just resolves one of the series without it even needing to be, you know, more to be played perhaps, which could also just kind of be a big factor too, so yeah, like I say, it's a work in progress. This is a work in progress from Arfire, who steps up and is able to get in early and put some damage out. The couple Stalkers lifting up, backing away. We do have the Immortal and the Battery still coming up here, the Pylon also coming into position, the Probe in production. Battery still building through. A couple more Adepts continue to come out. I'm getting all of that on the way by for now. Stalkers lift up. I mean, just elevator into the main is nice, but there is a battery on the high ground. Showtime is defending on one base, so it's not like Showtime is like a super exposed player. And this is very scary for Arfire, because if this goes wrong, it goes very wrong as... Oh no. Showtime cancelled his Immortal instead of the battery, no? I think he went to cancel the battery, and he cancelled the Immortal. That is very bad, because that Immortal was just about to pop out, because that's one of the reasons I was kind of afraid for Arfire. Is like, if you lose this fight, it's very committed. As like, and there's the Immortal here, which is how he's going to lose the fight, but then he cancels the freaking Immortal. The Adepts can't get in on the other side, blocked by the full wall off. The problem is now, instead of this Immortal, he could have a Prism, right? He could have his own Prism to micro, and that would be so game-changing. And now he's just constantly behind an Immortal, because like I say, it wasn't like it was just started up, it was about to be done. Showtime is at least spending his money well, and for now he is holding on, but he's down a bunch of army supply, and he doesn't really have an advantage to show for this, apart from being the defender. Realistically, Arfire could maybe sit on the low ground, deny the gateways, and throw an expansion down and just take a lead in this game. And that would put him in a pretty good position here. He's just going to be seeing the Adepts going to shade up. The Immortal now takes a little pick on the barrier. So its barrier gone. It's a little bit less protected. We do see the Prism still coming online. Bringing that through in a few moments. The Immortal, Adept, Stalker all building into place. A couple of shots coming about. The units are going to still continue through as well. Just trying to see what else is going on. We do have a few more hits coming about. A couple extra Adepts warping in as well here. A few more shots coming on as well. There's Pylon, this gateway going down though. I mean, this is, like I said, just brutal. You're now 3 Immortals to the 1, where it should be probably 3 to 2. Worst case. And Arfire just clearly sees the army advantage, so that is going to be battery going down. Second Immortal pops out. The Stalkers and the Sentries are going to be here to try and fight this, but it's just not going to be enough. You're getting pushed into a corner, and you know, it's kind of rare to see the 1 base kind of break through the 1 base like this, but this is a scenario where, like I say, Showtime just lost the control of this with that very unfortunate Immortal cancel. Like I say, just went to cancel the battery, and it all went wrong from there. Let's just show you guys, because it was very quick, and unfortunately very costly. So the Robo finishes. We're playing 3-gate Robo in base. The Special is fine. Like, Showtime is fine at this point. And this is it here, where this attack comes in. Showtime realizes the battery's going to die, and he's got the Robo selected. And here I guess he goes to click on it quickly. He clicks the Robo instead of the battery. Bam. Cancels the Immortal. Battery dies anyway, so it's a double whammy. You don't get the cancel, and you cancel the Immortal. That was so close to being done. That's really brutal, because even this first part of the fight goes very differently if you have the Immortal there straight away, and then from there you always just +1 Immortal, basically. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a brutal situation. Got to shake that one off, and then get into the next as we go into New Bed of Chaos for a Game 3. It's going to be 2v2 time. It is going to be 2v2 time. It's going to be Arfire and Baby Marine taking on Heromarine and Showtime. Alright, so the German 2v2 duo will come out here and get this ready to go. It's ready to start off. Get this settled into place. Alrighty. It's Heromarine. Showtime to join us, and a Baby Marine and Arfire. Get this going. Beautiful stuff. Cool. Just waiting for Baby Marine and Arfire, and we should be good to go. Coolio. Oh. Assume they're just getting ready in a voice call or so. Some invites down. Baby Marine needs a few minutes. All good. All good. Alright, so just wait for Baby Marine here and we'll get ready to go into this, this 2v2, guys. So, yeah, Baby Marine will be missing for a couple moments. We'll get that ready to go. Get this ready to kick off. Perfecto. Bum 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 bum. How are you guys doing? How's everyone in chat feeling? We're going to be a bit slow to move, just waiting for players, but yeah, hopefully everyone is doing great and we can keep the action rolling here very shortly for you guys. Boom, boom, boom. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, what's up in the chat, everyone? Hope everyone's having a great day. It's Tuesday. It's not the weekend. Yeah, great analysis, Wardy. Great analysis over here. Yeah, it's Tuesday and it's not the weekend. That's as far as I'm giving you. Yeah, it's Tuesday's such a weird day of the week. We're not close to the weekend. I feel like we've shaken off like it haven't been the week. I don't know. I always feel like Tuesday's a weird day of the week. Tuesday always feels very mid, you know? Alright, players are readying up. I'm gonna kick off into this next game. Arfire is currently set as Terran, so it's going to get that fixed, and we are good. Let's kick this off and jump into this 2v2, guys. New bet of chaos coming up for a chance to see who will take the lead here, because obviously it is tied up once again. We had Bonkers that played some great series, by the way. They've been one of the underdog kind of teams, but they've actually really stepped up and delivered in a bunch of their games, so very cool. As we get ready to roll. As we kick this off, let's get this started. We are going to have ourselves in the top left-hand corner the red Terran player. This is going to be Heromarine And the orange Protoss will be Showtime, taking on a Baby Marine and Arfire. So we've got a Heromarine, we've got a Baby Marine. So get into this, and yeah, which Marine is stronger, the baby or the hero? And I guess which Protoss teammate is stronger too. I guess not just on the Marine side of things. Alright, probably moving across for a couple moments, getting set up and moving around for a little while. Just gonna be seeing the racks and the gas coming online. Again, a couple of gates in the assembler continue to come about, so we just get that all set up. The probes coming over, moving around for a little bit. Trying to figure out what we can do. Have ourselves the orbital command building through, the cybercore and the gateway continue to come up, probe on the way. Continue to get that settled in for a couple of moments. We've seen the pylon. It's going to be settling up there. It's going to be a bit of proxy action from Showtime. So Showtime is going to be the aggro player down the bottom side initially. It's going to have ourselves the... Again, a couple of Stalkers in the Stargate coming through. So there's that Stargate from Showtime. Like I say, a bit of aggression to start this off. We'll be expanding a bit later. So definitely wants to try and get some value out of that... initial proxy investment. We'll see if that comes through to succeed very soon. As we see the Helling, the Reaper coming up. A couple of Reapers on the side of Heromarine heading downwards. There's one Reaper from Baby Marine needs to not turn into them. He does keep it alive, obviously, and just gets to the bunker, but obviously just got to be careful there. Just make sure nothing crazy happens. Nothing happens that shouldn't be happening. But nice and safe. Reaper pulls back, gets back into the bunker. Let's see how this defense goes. Playing onto this low ground. The bunker's in a nice position. The CC doesn't have to move, I don't think. The Oracle's going to head into the main base during this, though, and that could be the danger point. And some damage likely begins to be done here. As the Oracle goes in, a couple of probes go down pretty quickly. So yeah, the Oracle fairly successful, but actually pretty well dealt with at the same time. The Stalkers pulled back. We only lose a couple of probes. Could have been a lot worse. Just seeing the Stalkers going to chase a little bit, trying to see what else is going on. Having ourselves the Reapers and the Hellions still coming around, trying to see what else is going to take place. Still trying to be aggressive into this base. I'm surprised by. I think it's. I felt like it was kind of time already to back away from that. Stokes coming through, that Cyclone moving across. Meal going to drop into place. The couple of Oracles are still gathering there for a few moments. Some Reapers into the main, so Heromarine, his persistence of these Reapers is going to pay off. He's going to get a bunch more probes now, so get a little bit more done. Reapers gather up. Gonna be seeing the Stalker's gonna get there. One Reaper goes down. Just gonna be seeing the Hyperflight Roar still building through. Banshee and the tank continue to build as well. And the next Stalker's coming about. One more upgrades and the Stim continue to come through. Just going to see the Reapers coming about. One more upgrades and the Stim continue to come about. Cyclone going to be that. Actually gets an Oracle into the corner, so nice to slow down some of the pressure on the vision that obviously exists with this setup from Showtime. Going to be seeing the one upgrade, Stim and Combat Shield all continue to come by. Just going to see the Oracle getting back. Arfire's on the map. I don't think he can do much on his own. He gets blinked on here to lose a Stalker. And Baby Marine just all the way back. So there's a little bit of harass from Baby Marine on that right side. He comes in with the Banshees. And the Hyperflight allowing him to kind of be very speedy with those Banshees, but not quite speedy enough to avoid death. One Banshee unfortunately goes down already, and the other will at least slip away. Stalker's pulling back around, plus one on the charge continue to come through. Marine tank continue to come around. Just going to be seeing the combat shield finishing up from Heromarine here. +2/+2 upgrades coming around. +1 charge continue to come into place. And we'll see ourselves. The Stalkers still setting up in the center. Medevacs, the Marines, the Cyclone moving through. And just looking to see the rest that's coming about. The tank and the Marine coming forward as well. Stalker's going to get after a couple of those Marines. Marines will stim up. A few Zealots warping in just on the front of this forward base as well. It's just going to get set, spread out. And Arfire is kind of on his own defense. The Baby Marine is in the middle of the map, and he might be looping around the back of these armies, but if he doesn't time this out well, this could be dangerous. Showtime backed away. Heromarine committed. Now Heromarine the one in trouble. But Showtime backed away from this, was afraid of kind of getting committed in. That said, Arfire is losing the fight on the bottom side. And Showtime now showing up to help means that Baby Marine and Arfire together are kind of the ones that are dropping down in supply overall in this game. Showtime and Heromarine standing strong together is... that was an interesting fight because Heromarine was committed. Showtime blinked back and then obviously had to come back in to help his teammate out. But that movement back in from Showtime was absolutely fine and put him back into a solid position there. So worked out in the end. We'll see another tank unloading. Continue to see the Marines moving through. So we've seen the tanks firing, a couple of depots taking some more damage. The 2-2 upgrades to the vehicle weapons continue to come about as well. Just going to be seeing the tanks continue siege. Stalker's getting absolutely blasted, by the way. The Marines still pushing forward, a lot of damage being done. Seeing the shots still coming by, the tanks are firing up, depot going down, SCVs getting jumped on, Marine, Stalker tank pushing forward here. Marine and Showtime should just have enough to overwhelm this, I think. The Colossus is not going to get to do much at all. The tank's already dead. Shoot down the Prism during this fight, and so the warping will not go off. The tanks from Heromarine are still backing this up. Showtime loses a lot of Stalkers. So he actually loses a lot of supply. Wow, I actually thought it was going to be a bit better. It felt like the tanks died very quickly, though, no? So I felt like the real core of the army from Baby Marine was already kind of dismantled here, but maybe that part was already just too expensive with those Stalkers blinking in. Obviously, Heromarines tanks continue to do damage over time, but still took a little bit. Marines and a couple of tanks coming up the top side. Let me just move around with everything else here for a few moments. Heading down to the bottom, running on in. We're just going to be having ourselves a Zealot. Going to come charging through. The couple tanks ready to fight, turning onto the Stalkers. He's getting blasted. Heromarine, I think, is strong enough just to win this battle. Especially because this is just Arfire. Heromarine is fighting off Showtime to the right side of the map, so Heromarine continue to just take the advantage against the player who is weaker in this game. Arfire's supply has been down and kind of hurting for a long time. The Colossus continue to laser beam into the Marines, which is a big factor too. And continue to get a lot more done there as the Nexus will be about to go down. The Zealots and the Stalkers continue to push forward. And yeah, the Marines and the tanks continue to come around as well. So again, those set. A couple more laser beams from the Colossus here. Initially going to go in after those Marines as well. I'm just going to be seeing the 3-3 continuing to push through. Marines holding tight, everything else coming around. Having ourselves the army looking to continue to come back across. Just going to have a Colossus laser beaming its way through as well. Trying to get a little bit more done here. Colossus and the Stalkers still trying to fight. Just going to see the rest of the probes coming over. They're going to run on in. A couple of these Stalkers still getting grabbed. And Colossus again laser beaming for the moment. The Marine's going to jump onto this Nexus on the counterattack, but Arfire is down 100 supply on anyone else in this game, so it's basically Marine versus the world. And the world is looking like the Musketeers. Heromarine and Showtime just up and looking great. Looking to try and extend this to a 2-1 lead for the Musketeers and put them into the driver's seat of this best of 17 match. Falcon's just fighting there. Chi-Chi's getting called. Heromarine and Showtime will take it down. And we'll be up 2-1 in this best of 7 as mentioned. And up next we actually have a bunch more Heromarine. Heromarine going to play 2 more 1v1s. First against Jumi, then against Arfire. And then he plays with Classic against Baby Marine and Jumi in more 2v2. So for now, continue in the into the 1v1 games for maps 4 and 5. First up, Mothership for Jumi against Heromarine. Jumi needs to win this to tie things up, otherwise Heromarines put the Musketeers onto match point already. Let's see how this goes. We'll host this and get ready to resume. Beautiful. And like I say, after this we've got Onside versus the Musketeers. Cristiana, Heromarine, Maru versus Classic, Zaun, Showtime, Riong, Classic. And 2v2s are mixed as well. And then the villains of SE2 against the Musketeers later on, including basically 2 maps of MaxPax and Classic, should be great. Solar playing Showtime as well, Percival playing Heromarine. It's actually also looking like a very fun series, albeit a little bit of a mirror matchup heavy series. So I got Baby Marine here. I'm just missing us at Jumi. Alright, so get this up and running. What's up, Casamigo? 120 stream watch streak. Love your WardiTV SE content. Let's go. 120 is pretty bonkers. That is pretty bonkers as we ready into this matchup. Just waiting for the players to ready up. And like I say, a couple TVPs in a row here from Heromarine. He has the potential to end the series. He could obviously make this 4-1 before we even get to the other 2v2s, so we shall see if he has the power to do so. Just waiting for Jumi to ready up, guys. Be off into this. What's up, Kybred? How you doing as well? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Jumi is ready. Quick start. And away we go. Alright, let's jump into Mothership. Let's get this started up. And let's get this partying as we go. In the top left-hand corner of the map, we are going to have ourselves the red Terran player. His team up 2-1. Let's see if he extends that to a 3-1 match point advantage. Heromarine in the red in the top left corner of Mothership. Up against the blue Protoss in the bottom side of the map on the 6 o'clock, we've got Jumi. Get up and ready to go for this one. See where we can go. Game 4. Again, big one for Jumi. Kept his team in it a little bit in that first series of the day against Onside. Would be massive if we could find a way to take down Heromarine here. Just give them a little bit of wiggle room in the remainder of this series still would be awesome. Couple gases coming up. The barracks on the way through from Heromarine as well. The SCV still being added on. Continue to be produced for the moment. Again, Gateway and the Assimilator coming back. Again, set for a couple of moments. Try to see what we can get up to here. Back on the barracks, we are going to see our factory building through, and the Reaper begins to journey onto the map for a little bit of adventure and move out to the bottom right side to try and see what's going on just initially. Deb going to chase, Reaper getting hunted. I see the Stalker and the Warp Gate still coming by for a couple moments now, so we get that on the way. We're going to be seeing the Hellion, a couple of Reapers continuing through. Again, we have ourselves a Twilight Council building, the battery on the way up. We continue to get this going. And Reaper's Hellion moving around here a little bit. We got the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up as well, so just bring that straight through for the moment. Try to see what we can get up to. Again, Blink is building, a couple of gateways coming by, and we have ourselves the Reapers and the Hellions is going to step in. We dive into this natural already. A couple of these probes going to start getting jumped on pretty quickly. The Hellion going down already as well. We're just going to have ourselves the Blink, the Warp Gate, all coming through. A couple of gates continuing across. And yeah, the Reapers and the Hellion are going to continue to come back across for the moment. Some damage out. Heromarine is going to get himself in a depth. Lose the Hellion. Do we want to try and dive in for some more damage? He'll just poke at the Stalker, I guess. I thought he might be trying to run through with the Reapers to get some probes, but doesn't quite take place. And, yeah, just going to be seeing the Banshee and the Siege Tank continue to come over for a couple moments. So, the follow-up to this is going to be quite an aggressive setup. The Reapers are going to go for a Stalker kill here. Wow, that grenade was perfect. He predicted exactly where the Stalker might try and run to. And he actually gets the grab on it. So, yeah, Stalker goes down. The Reapers all survive as well. I thought at least one Reaper was going to die here, but not the case. So, Heromarine getting a Stalker. And every unit you kill is just going to be one step closer to success overall. Reapers coming by. A couple more of these probes going down. The Reapers hop up to the high ground just for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Banshee is just going to be seeing itself moving in. A couple of probes stepping straight into place. A couple of those bugs begin to go down. Some probes keeps falling. There's pretty massive damage already, and we are defending against the Stalkers to the front, so Jumi falling into a bit of a rough position here. Heromarine putting himself in a great spot and looking as though he's going to give the Musketeers a very good set of kind of legs to stand on in this series. The Banshee gets underneath, still chasing that Banshee away. Stalker chases that off, and like I said, the defense of the front is absolutely very, very potent. Heromarine not even going to push right now. He's looking as though he's probably going to get Stimpack before he does anything else. The lead is already established for our Terran, and Heromarine is going to be killing it so far in this game number 4. Gates and the charge continuing through. Stimpack and the combat shield coming about as well. Bringing that straight into play here. You can see that Banshee coming back around again. Charge the Immortal and the Stalker all building into place as well. So again, we bring that up, get that going. Going to be seeing again the Biotank force gathering up. The bunker going to get salvaged through. The few Stalks still here, and just going to start doing some damage. At least Stalks getting grabbed, man. This is not looking good for Jumi. Everything was already bad, and that's going to look even worse from here. It's going to be GG's. Heromarine goes up to 3-1 for the Musketeers, and will, like I say, have the chance to close this series out if he can grab a win against Arfire on 10,000 feet. That is coming up next. So we'll get that Heromarine versus Arfire game on the go. Get this started and continue through. It's nice that it's all on Europe right now. Just lots of back-to-back games on the same server. No server hopping makes life a whole lot easier. And like I say, Heromarine to look to close this out. We will play Game 6 anyways, of course. So obviously, even if Heromarine wins this one, we still play Game 6. All maps are played. So that is a factor. Just to remind you of... Am I missing a caster? Yes. Players are ready, so we're instantly going to go into this, guys, as soon as we have our last caster in this lobby. 10,000 feet for Arfire versus Heromarine, and like I say, it'll be a 2v2 after this as we work our way to get into about halfway through the matches a day. Like I say, 4 matches in total, 4 best 7s in total. We're moving through reasonably well in that regard right now. All right. Let's send it, and we kick off. Get this underway. So we have ourselves in the top left-hand corner. It is going to be our blue Terran player with a chance to win this series for his team right here and put the Musketeers even further into undefeated territory. It is Heromarine in the top left-hand corner here on 10,000 feet. As in the bottom right, our red Protoss player is Arfire. Get this ready to go. So, and get set up, and we do have ourselves the first probe across the map from Arfire to try and see a little bit of what's going on in these early stages. Of course, Heromarine being used back-to-back here. If this does end up going to an ace match, it means Heromarine can't play in the ace. But obviously we're a ways away from that. Arfire would not be able to play the ace either, because he's also been used for a second time now in this series, so just a couple things to note. around for a little bit. Just going to see that Reaper moving through. And Nexus and Adept and the Warp Gate all coming up as well. So we see a lot of these little bits and pieces coming online right now. See where we're going to take things. The factory. And it's going to be finished up in a couple moments as well. It's just getting that completed. And yeah, the Adept and the Warp Gate continue into play right now. So we get that all settled in. Seeing where we can go for the moment. Well, the Reaper moves back and forth a little bit. Actually, I'm going to find that probe, so Reaper is going to get a little grab on that, if nothing else right now. Nice little catch. We've seen the Reaper going to come about. The Adept is going to come through. Take a couple of seconds for the moment. Just going to be seeing the few things moving about. Blink coming around. We'll get settled up here for a couple of moments as well. And we'll just have ourselves the Raven coming through. Blink is going to obviously be a big factor. Let's see, a couple of Wonder Mines showing up, and so far the probe's running nicely. Got to stay away though. The next mine on the low ground doesn't do too much. The Stalker's going to deal with this. A few probes go down. Still not bad. Full work as early is pretty decent. Obviously could be a lot worse on the side of the could be a lot worse on the side of the Terran and for the Protoss. Especially could have lost a lot of those probes, so this is fine. Blink is going to be finishing now. Starport swaps over to the sides. Just getting in position here in a couple of moments. Let's head through the center of the map and just heading towards the top. Again, Prism coming in, a couple of simulators, the probes, and a Stalker building by as well. Just going to be seeing the Reaper taking a few shots, just about gets back. And we get the SCV on the bunker, everything else gathering there. The Stalker's having to step away too. Got that stim coming about. The siege tank and SCV still building through. Dark Shrine building up. Another Prism warping in. The Stalkers here. We get ready to fight. Arfire down a few more probes before this begins to get this ready to go. Don't like this attack from Arfire. Again, kind of stacked in the corner. He does get a blink away, but took a few moments, so it felt like for a little bit he might have been on the verge of losing a little extra there, but it didn't quite happen. The Auditor is still just getting kills across the map, so again, being annoying. Lost mining time, plus probes going down. The Stalkers are into the main base. Again, got to be careful because they're very committed. We're going to, blink into the corner? I guess blink to the low ground. We have a few Marines already coming in there. Extra Stalker's going to show up as well. I mean, we could siege the tank perhaps. Yeah, the tank siege might actually help. Arfire. He's got a lot of very low Stalkers, but they are going to get away, right? So if they all get away, then I guess this was fine. I still don't know if I loved it for him overall. But as though this was still quite scary. It's for a lot of points, and he's still got a lot of low HP Stalkers coming out of it. He's still not on a worker lead either. And he doesn't have an army lead, so I actually think Heromarine overall gets a good enough defense in this situation. And now stim available. We're going to stim underneath the Prism. If we have a scan, we can deal with the DTs. DT on the natural is going to be the first scan. Building a missile turret there as well. You see the DTs in the main base that are maybe going to get back into the main mineral line. The Raven's coming home, so that's obviously massive. And with the Raven coming back, we can clean up these other DTs. Only 3 SCVs lost here. We obviously lost the siege tank to the DTs, but otherwise, This is pretty good, right? Losing, like I say, minimal amount of workers is the most important part. So I do think that is a very major plus as the DT gets active and goes in after those SCVs, getting some work done. And +1 coming through, a couple Marauders coming about, Medevac the Marine still building, a couple SCVs, the missile turret coming through, the Bio is going to fight those Stalkers. We lost 10 SCVs in total, Heromarine down by about 13. If he goes across the map, I feel like he's very powerful, especially because he still has the Raven, so he doesn't have to keep scans available for DTs while he's attacking. So that's a major positive. Has to call down a supply depot and supply block himself here now. Does Heromarine send it across the map, or what is the plan going to be? And again, +1 combat shield, the concussor shell's coming through as well. Marine Marauders still continue to build up. So you're going to see the hallucination going to get grabbed already. It's just going to get that caught. The Marines is going to be there to keep pushing the Stalkers away. We've seen this big push. I mean, like I say, if Heromarine wants to do something, this is the moment. He's got the attack upgrade lead. He's got the supply lead. He is building a 3rd CC at home, so he can fall back into that. I was going to say, felt like he could have maybe still tried to trade there for a little longer, but it doesn't happen. Again, rest of that Solid Stalk still moving around. Hallucination is going to pop up. It's going to start taking a bit of a move. Fire will chase in. A couple of these Zelds getting caught. There's going to be some Immortal. And the Stalkers coming through. A couple of Widowmine shots going off. Auto turret coming down as well. Now just going to see a few more Zelds coming into play. Colossus +1 and the Thermal Lance continue to come through at the moment, so we continue to bring that over here. Right now, Marine, Marauder, Medevac all coming through. +1 weapons coming up. Just going to see the Bio getting there, picking off the Zealot as well. Zealot warps in. Bio's going to take a chance to kind of dive forward there. Colossus is going to go down. We've got a Widowmine or two trying to line up onto these Zealots. We see a couple more Zealots warping in. DT still being added as well. And come forward, the DTs are going to start slicing and dicing through this. So we need a scan, we need some detection. This DT is doing mega damage. The army supply is there. Does Heromarine just not realize that DT is here? He just didn't have a scan. Now we morph the Archon. We at least finish off one Archon that was low. Heromarine had a big army supply lead at parts of this, but man, those DTs got so much done. The only issue I really have right now for Arfire is that a lot of these Stalkers are super low, so they're going to die so quickly on the follow-up. But he's going to be backed up by a Colossus now. With a bit of splash damage, he might just be able to keep this far enough away. One Stalker goes down, wandering forward. The other one at least set off the Widowmine. This Widowmine is going to get burrowed, targets the Colossus. Very smart. Going to get rid of the DT as the scan comes in. We did not manage to dive the Colossus. I thought there might have been an opening, but the DT took the attention. And so that opening gets shut off. And that Colossus is able to live for now. Heromarine and Arfire supply getting very close, but Heromarine with the 3rd base up, obviously still just against the 3 base Protoss, and his equal on workers obviously means he has mules in his favor. I think it still is looking okay for Heromarine in the grand scheme of things at the moment. You've seen the DT just going to come about as well for a little bit here. It's going to be seeing the DT getting jumped on. Marauder going to go fighting. Again, Dark Templar still building. The Colossus, the Stalker, the Archon continue to come through. +2 attack upgrade continue to build by. Again, the Forge and the Robo facility coming up. Marine, Ghost, Viking continue to build from Heromarine also. Bio going to regather at the front. Command Center will go down. DT just poised off over to the side, waiting for its chance to potentially be able to come back through here again. Not going to happen just yet, as a couple of Zalds are going to show up. Just going to move through. Depot and the bunker coming about as well, and we are going to see everything else gathering back together. Well, everything gathering. Heromarine and Arfire heading into this next stage. with, you know, proper tech set up at the moment is going to be massive for Arfire. Big step up in this game for him at the moment. So the Bio trying to dive through. A couple of Vikings going to try and get after the Colossus. One Colossus goes down. It's a good fight for Heromarine. He's going to start spreading and just collapsing in on this. And Arfire gets absolutely swept up in this attack. That's absolutely brutal. Prism goes down the other side. At least the mid DTs got in. They will deal some damage, but not enough. Vikings landing. They could kill the disruptors. They do bonus damage against them. They could also lift against the disruptors if you want to avoid the shots. And this bottom left base is going down. It's probably going to continue into the other bases too. Heromarine looking to close this one out for the Musketeers. So pushing up again, the disruptor gets jumped on here. Will go down. Bang. The ghost and the Viking getting caught. Now going to dive down to the bottom side here. Just going to see this Nexus still getting captured, getting taken out. GG says Arfire. It's going to take that down, and Heromarine will be taking this map 4-1 in his favor. GG's. Alright, so Heromarine will take it to 4-1. And like I say, we still play that map 6, so we will go into map 6 right now for Undercurrent, Baby Marine and Jumi versus Classic and Heromarine. So we'll get that set up and get that ready to go, guys. So yeah, on to NA. Baby Marine, Jumi versus Classic and Heromarine. Ready for some TP versus TP. Round out this best of 7 with the final map. Like I say, a score is already set, but we do still play for the final map anyway. This has been the rule of the full tournament. And yeah, then we move on into the villains of SC2. Then we move into Onside versus the Musketeers. That'll be coming up after this 2v2 game. And then we'll move into villains versus the Musketeers at the end. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's happening. Drop the lobby link down here and get this ready to start. Map number 6. Baby Marine and Jumi, right? Was it Baby Marine and Arfire on this one? Baby Marine and Jumi against Classic and Heromarine. Perfect. Let's give everyone a chance to hop on over to NA. Right, get Jumi in here, and then we are just missing Classic, who will hopefully join us in a couple of moments. Get this ready to start. Okay, thanks for joining us so far today, guys. Good to see you all. Good to have you with us. Alright, let's wait for Classic, guys. Say give him a moment and we can hopefully kick this off. Send him a message. Cool. Excuse me. Sudden yawn. Sudden yawn. Classic logging in and get him invited through. As soon as both teams are readied up, guys, we're going to kick this one off. Alright, go GLH Chef being called on one side, just waiting for the others to do the same. And like I say, I'll be off into this, guys. Thank you for a bit of patience between some games here, just swapping servers, swapping some players. And obviously, last map of this second series today. We've been moving along at a nice pace so far. Let's get ready to go. Bunker boys already. Just waiting for Heromarine and Classic to be readied up as well. We can kick this off, guys, in a couple of moments, hopefully, and send it. Get this all underway. Alright, everyone's ready. Let's send it, guys. We are going. Kicking this into play. Alright, countdown is on. StarCraft beginning. Terran Protoss versus Terran Protoss to round out this second series, and then after this, we move into the, like I say, Onside versus Musketeers matchup, which I think is going to be very fun. Cristiana versus Heromarine, Maru versus Classic, Zaun against Showtime, Riong against Classic, plus the 2v2s, and amongst that, makes for quite the series that's on the way in the very near future. For now, Undercurrent. Like I say, this series is done in terms of match score, but we'll have one more map just to see what the final map score is. All maps played out of the 6 original games that get set. Can the Bonkers take one more map here and make this a little bit more of a respectable map score, or were the Musketeers truly just too good today? As Marine and Jumi spawn into the bottom left of Undercurrent, with Classic and Heromarine spawning into the upper right side to start off game number 6. Like I say, after this, we head into another fresh best of 7. The games just keep on rolling today, guys. You just keep on rolling. Self a few moments, Rax and the gas coming through, and we'll see what sort of style they want to bring to the table here. See, Jumi's going to go Nexus first on the in base, so he's going to get a little bit of a greedy starting point to begin with, it seems. Just going to start off a little greedy then. Probe up the high ground is just going to get to a nibble at the wall-offs. The wall-off completed already, so not going to be able to get in for too much. We've seen our initial structures coming down. It's going to be 2 gates from Jumi, but again, he's Nexus first already, so the 2 gates seem pretty reasonable to begin with, honestly. So don't hate that too much just yet. Just going to see the Reaper coming by. The Probe is going to get caught. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore and the Nexus both coming up on both sides. Command Center coming through from Marine. SCV and the Marine coming about. Factory building. And a lot of that on interplay as well. Again, the couple CCs building up over on the side of Heromarine, so just going to be building those about factory on the way. Marine and the Reaper gathering about as well, so again, we just bring that over for the moment. And then you get this settled down. Reaper moving through. And again, just going to be seeing the Stargate. Probes, the Adept, and the Warp Gate all continue to come about as well. The Reaper's coming by, just going to be taking the Sentry, and the Reaper is going to be there. The two Reapers get pushed down the low ground. Command Center going to drop onto the natural as well, so we put that straight in position here. And we are going to be seeing that one Reaper of Heromarine just trying to get some info. Not going to be doing too much. Like the two Reapers of Heromarine trying to get some info. Not going to succeed too well here just yet. So not going to be seeing too much of that happening for now either. Continue through against Stargate on the way about. Just going to be seeing a couple of probes and that Warp Gate all coming online. Phoenix production is beginning from Classic. Not really too surprising to see him just going to decide to kind of build into Phoenix. Like I say, in my eyes, the Phoenix are one of the most powerful ways to play, especially when you're playing Terran Protoss. And especially when you're playing against Terran Protoss as well. I think it's very good to have a Phoenix count, and we've seen Phoenix be very successful. You'll see the opportunity to go the other direction being taken by Jumi. He is going to go into the Blink, so going to try and play into that Blink instead of into the Phoenix. So a bit of a different approach on that one. And again, a few Marines coming over. Stalkers in the center are going to be there. Cyclone to play defense as well. Again, a couple of gates on the Forge continue to come through. And Stalkers in the center just move out. Away we go. What, did you ever cast normal level games, or was it always pro or semi-pro? I pretty much always cast pro or semi-pro games, but mostly because I usually just cast tournaments. So I don't really... And because we kind of keep enough tournaments churning out, we don't really have like days where we cast. It's not like we have days where it's like we just accept replays from anyone and cast whatever, because usually we just have another tournament to cast, you know, so we just naturally cast pros. So, yeah. Not really. Not necessarily against it, but at the same time, I kind of just enjoy casting the pros and the high level games the most. I do think, for me, one of the big things as well, though, is the issue is, you could say, well, why don't you run a low-level tournament? But the viewership just isn't there to justify it, I think, is what happens the majority of the time. It's like, if I'm going to cast for 5 hours, I may as well make something that, you know, gets a good ROI, gets a good stream viewership, instead of, you know, casting another day for the sake of casting another day, you know? So, yeah. It's, just one. We used to cast a lot of low-level stuff. I mean, we started out, way back when I started out casting the Bronze, Silver, Gold, and the Platinum, Diamond, SCV Rush events, and the SC2 Improve event was like a Diamond cap as well, so, yeah, back in the day, that was a thing. We should do a Pro-Am team tourney. The problem is though, is if you combine pros and non-pros, it oftentimes just comes down to the pros anyway, you know? That's what, like, what, you do Pro-Am 2v2, but, like, is it not just essentially a Pro 1v1 and the amateurs just do a little bit of nothing? StarCraft 2 just has too much of a gap, I think, a lot of the time. Like, that's the issue, right? Like, I'm sure some format could work, but I'm just not sure even if it works, if it's necessarily interesting, because SC2 just has such a skill gap. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's like I say, it's not a bad idea. I just don't have the energy or the I don't have the want to invest time into figuring something out. And these things are always so complicated as well, you know. Like, these things are always really complicated because, like, you've got to kind of, you know, make a new format, and it just becomes a whole lot more admin work for basically cast to less people. So, yeah. Stalker's going through the orbital, being pushed away. The orbital very low. The Phoenix, as though they might have wanted to get back in there, but at the moment, Baby Marine and Jimmy able to force Heromarines third base away, and Classic and Heromarine together. Still looking fine supply-wise. You do have those Phoenix are going to keep on threatening and get a medevac or so. Oh, Heromarine going to start stemming at this. He's going to try and trade with the Zealot army. Well, now these Phoenix need to show themselves. They need to get involved. They're going to lift up the tanks in the background. I mean, that's great, but if Heromarine loses all of his Marines, it may just not matter. The Phoenix are going to show up now. They can start doing some lifts. Is it enough defense from Heromarine and Classic? Baby Marine supply has plummeted, by the way. A couple of those cannons helping out a bunch as well. We actually dropped a recall from Jumi, and that is going to be a defense in the end. So Classic just lingering around the back, and eventually with the Phoenix getting involved, able to most importantly knock down the tanks very quickly, I think is a very big deal. Going to be seeing the Zealots continue to chase, a few Marines continue to come over, just going to be seeing the Medivacs holding out here. Heromarine and Classic together. They have enough to keep going. I don't think they've got enough ground power in the end. It's kind of the issue. Just going to see the Phoenix still moving forward. The Marines continuing to cross. A couple of lifts coming about. Again, carriers and the +2 air weapons coming into play as well. Extra cannons continue to build through. Going to see the Phoenix gathering. The carriers are going to be joined. I mean, obviously carriers coming out from Classic puts him into a great position here overall. Going to see those Phoenix gathering. Just going to be seeing a few of these probes getting picked off. Stalkers, the Marines coming around. Just going to try and get underneath those Phoenix. A couple of Phoenix taking some big shots. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots and the Archons coming around. The Marines gathering up as well. Again, just going to be seeing the Zealots, the tanks, the Marines gathering. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the Medivacs continue to gather about. The Clariers going to be there as well. Just going to be seeing the Zealots are going to be charging. Just going to see the Time Bomb coming down. Just going to be seeing this army is trying to engage through. The Time Bomb's going to be massive here. I don't know if we've got enough to really fight this. The army of Jumi on the top side is getting massacred by the Terran. Baby Marine and Jumi are going to tap out of this one. Heromarine and Classic will confirm the 5-1 victory for the Musketeers up against... Yeah, the 5-1 victory for the Musketeers up against Bonkers. Now, the Musketeers will move on into what will be an important match up next, which will be against Onside, and this one could decide a lot of the playoff implications of this as well. So we'll get that ready to sort out, figure out, see what we can do. Alright, let me just do a coin flip for the match. It's going to happen off stream first. Cool. Alright, we're going to hop to Europe again. There's next series on the go, guys. Just make sure the other series is ready to start, as well as it is going to be Cristiana versus Heromarine to kickstart Another fresh best of 7. So the Mercer tier has moved to 3-0. The Onside squad are 3-2 after their previous matchup, remember? So it's actually kind of an important match right now because a win for Onside can put them 4-2 and then in a very comfortable position to advance the playoffs. 3-3 does not get it done necessarily. So 3-3 is not necessarily good enough. And that's where things are going to get very interesting. It could come down to some map scores potentially as well. So there are a lot of things that could maybe happen there as we will get set to go. On this one, it's 10,000 feet to start off the series. Sorry, I was just distracted. Let me get this one started off. Alrighty, throw the lobby link down and get that set to begin. Ready to start here in a couple of moments. I'm missing Cristiana. Invite him through. So it's going to be Cristiana versus Heromarine. Then we hop to Korea for Maru against Classic. And then Classic and Heromarine play 2v2 against Riong and Cristiana. And then we go to NA. Or stay on NA for Zaun Showtime. Back to Korea for Riong Classic. And back to NA for Maru Zaun against Heromarine Showtime. Perfect. Do we need... I guess this one's going to be... I guess that's just not an advantage on either side. Okay, cool. Alright, Cristiana readying up. Waiting for Heromarine to ready up as well. Go gets cold. And we are good to start this off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we've got way more casters than we had before. Everyone's in this lobby. I've got no idea what's going on. Crazy. Alright, let's... kick it off into a game number 1. Fresh best of 7, guys. 3rd series of the day. Kick this off. We get this going and get this into action. Perfecto. Perfecto. Let's head into our game, guys, as we are going to have in the top left-hand side, representing Onside, what's going to be Onside's last match of the season in the regular group stage. Obviously, they kind of need a win here to guarantee a chance at playoffs, so let's see. They can advance at 3-3, it's just, it's out of their hands at 3-3. It really depends on some of the other results that come through, so win this is the TLDR from Onside, as Cristiana is in the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss. In the bottom right, our red Terran is Heromarine. Of course, Onside took a couple of losses in the season so far. If you don't remember, if you missed them, Onside lost to the villains of SC2. That part is maybe not too surprising. They also lost out to Shopify in the ace match. Lambo getting Zaun on that win on the ace match was a big deal. So, yeah, the Shopify one's a bit more of an upset. And Shopify are who they are likely to lose their kind of... Yeah, Shopify are who they are likely to lose their setup to, or their position to, if it comes through. So, yeah. Sweet. Alright, best of 7, and away we go. Fresh series, more TVP from Heromarine, man. He just gets all the Protoss today. And interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, like I said, Classic playing twice, so Heromarine or Showtime will only play the one best of 1v1. They could maybe obviously come back in the ace if needed as well, though, so keep that in mind too. If we get there, if we get to 3-3. Fun game coming up then. Cybercore next is on the way through. Let's get set up for a couple of moments. Cristiana will choose for the Twilight Council as his tech choice early in this game. Grenade coming down, not too much happening. And like I say, a few moments of building up here at the start of this TVP to really see where things are going to go. So Cristiana goes straight into the blink, and Heromarine's going to go triple command sense. It's a little bit greedy from Heromarine. Getting him started with a little bit of this, like I say, economic edge in the game. Going to try and use that as a position to kind of push himself forward from. We're coming through, a couple of stalkers just gathering on the low ground. Set for a little while right now. Robot facility dropping into place. And again, blinking the warp gate, continue to come online just for the moment. There's going to be Marauder, a couple extra Marines that stim pack on the way through as well. Is going to be a big part of what's going on here, so we get a lot of that on the way. And Marine Marauder stim continue to come about. Just going to be having the robot facility in the Nexus coming about also. Probes in the Stalker continuing through. Simulator building, everything else on the way by. And Reaper will be pulling out down on the bottom. And yeah, just moving back through the middle of the map. Getting away from there at the moment. I like how quick these bio upgrades are, of course. Triple CC, big eco, but the bio upgrades will help you to stand strong against any sort of pressure here for Cristiana. Who's on third is going to finish. His tech is online. The Robo Bay not far from being done to kick off that splash damage build. Observer just testing through. It's going to get scanned. Marines are going to be able to grab that. And that's going to be seen again. The rest of this Marine Marauder gathering up as well. Still got the bunker settling down. Again, the bio unit is going to be there to push the Stalkers back. Plus one attack and concussive shells, I could say, still building through for the moment. And on we go right now. That's scary for Cristiano, no? He's getting chased across the map by a lot of bio. I actually think he's in a little bit of danger right here. Mortal popped out. I was going to say, if the stim hits at a nice time, he can do a lot here. There's a few Zealots that do not have charge yet, so this is very engageable here for Heromarine, because these Zealots are never going to get close. We might have to drop a second stim because we've just been that effective. We're going to pull back to this third Nexus, but Cristiana can't afford to lose this, because remember, Heromarine opened triple CC, so he's on a massive economic advantage in the opening. I'm going to lose the Immortal as well. There's no way that stays alive during this. Obviously, the Stalker should be able to blink away. That should be the last loss we see, the Immortal going down. But Heromarine denying the third base sets him up into an amazing position for the foreseeable future now. And he's going to be in a great place moving forward from this. So a Thermal Lance coming through, and just have ourselves the rest of the Marine Marauder Medevac all building by as well. So that's coming online too for a little bit. Maru just going to get there. The couple Stalkers getting chased the other direction. Again, Marine, Marauder, Medevac, all still building. We just have ourselves the bunker, the Sense Tower, continue to come on by. Depot goes down on the third base, Sense Tower puts itself into position as well. The Observer pulls off to the sides. And again, we continue to settle with that bunker in place, and a couple of mines, SCVs, Medevacs, Marine, Marauder, armor upgrade, building as well. Gonna load up. We're gonna evacuate over to the right for a couple of moments. Just gonna pull back over there. And that bio army all gathering together. So again, we get stood up for a few moments. Get rid of the observer. The lead in this game from Heromarine should start to really kind of become established now. This is where you're going to start really seeing him take that advantage and kind of pushing into the better place. So let's see how we go as the bio units gather up and we start moving up through the middle. Fixed him, and this is going to be the fight where we're going to really see if Cristiana can have enough after Heromarine did so much damage early. In my eyes, it's just not really possible, but two Colossus actually put in some serious work. Heromarine has to back it up, wait for some reinforcements perhaps. Did a lot of damage to the Nexus, which doesn't actually go down, so that's one thing which took a lot of the damage here, part of the reason why maybe Heromarine didn't do more into the army, but it's difficult as Colossus are cutting backward and you don't want to just go chasing in wildly every single time. He's going to stem into this now. He's got a couple of Widow Mines that joined the fray. Colossus getting a lot of damage. A couple more Marauders stepping through. Can we target down that first Colossus? Yes, we can. Now we're going to dive for the second. And now the tech units have been reset. Now the splash damage is going to be missing from future fights as well. I think Cristiana might just be dead anyway because he can't really warp in enough stuff. A new Colossus is about to pop. And Cristiana knows it's over. And the Musketeers will be starting up a game in this TVP, in this best of 7, sorry, against Onside. And what I've mentioned is a very important matchup, right? A very, very important matchup. So yeah, we're going to go into Musketeers versus Onside map 2, which is going to be on Korea, which is going to feature Maru and Classic. So quite the banger for a second game here. Can Maru take on Classic to even out this series ahead of a 2v2 game? Big game coming up right now then. Big game about to happen. Okay, we just take a second. Just need to relog for the Korean server a couple times. Do. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty, what's that map? Sorry, it is. I just checked this twice before I came over, and then I forgot when we finally logged in. It's Ruby Rock. Alright, loading us into Ruby Rock in a second, guys. Alrighty, gears, 1 second. I'm just gonna run into this lobby. We should be good to go in a moment. With Maru and Classic up. I think we got everyone here. GG's ready. Let's send it. I'm going to game number 2 of this series with Classic's Musketeers leading at the moment. let's get this into play. So we're going to have in the top left-hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Maru. And he is obviously down by a map, or his team is down by a map as he looks to even out, as was the situation in their earlier series as well. Maru in the top left is our red Terran. What was the name of the Terran that we used to cover on some Mondays to begin with? You can't remember? Do you mean Tingle Tangle? You mean like way back on like the ESL Mondays? Tingle Tangle? He was not a semi-pro. Not a semi-pro. He was just a passionate guy. I think he was like low Master League, like Diamond 1, Master 3. He still pops in the chat every now and again. We got really excited because he won a map against a GM one time. It was genuinely an upset. It's very fun. Yeah, Tingle Tangle. He's in the chat. Yeah, he's around a lot of the time. It was really funny. One of my favorite parts of the Mondays was always that. AFK, huh? One of my favorite parts of the Mondays was always just the fact that like the first half an hour casting Tingle Tangle would be so hyped and excited and like on the Tingle Tangle hype train, and then for the entire rest of the Monday, bam, doesn't matter no more. Like the next 2 hours very boring. Then we get to the top 8 and it got kind of cool again. Yeah, it was funny. Marauder's going to start popping out of these barracks as we get underway here from Maru. With the proxy barracks, as you can see. He did not get concussive shells yet, by the way. He's only just starting that now. And his classic is... going to put his probe back. First orc showing up, like I say, no concussive shells yet. So we're not kind of full strength yet. Again, this is proxy 2 Rex Marauders. So very powerful. Battery high ground from classic. Looking to defend up on that higher ground position. And we do see currently the Nexus is going to be in some trouble. Just going to cancel. Classic going to make sure he gets the money back from that. And Maru will just bunker to the low ground. So he's just going to take a lot of control in the very first few moments of this game. His team down by a map, and he's still willing to go for the risky, cheeky little proxy play to start us off on this one. Hence, that is where we go. So that bunker coming through, a couple of Marauders moving around. It's going to be seeing a couple of Marauders gathering up. Obviously, canceling the Nexus means that at least we're not trying to light into the low ground. The big news here so far is obviously that Classic has not overcommitted into the Marauders at all, so far so good. Now, the barracks providing high ground vision means we can kind of chip away at the cyber core, though, and that's very frustrating. Because I don't think we really have a good way to deal with this right now. We're going to build another pylon there. We're going to get Warp Gate finished at least, so we are going to at least finish up Warp Gate, so that we're not going to have to start that upgrade again, but we might just need a new cyber core straight up. Because we can't really deal with this. This commitment to the Reaper roll is going to punish you for Classic, and yeah, new cyber core has to start. Can't get to the low ground because of the bunker. Like I say, the pylon in position there is in trouble next, which is why the second pylon is still nice because it still keeps the gateway powered. We do now have the Prism available, and with the Prism available, we can actually dive in toward the Marauders. The slow will not matter too much either. We kill one, looking to kill a second before it gets to the bunker, so we will kill two. And now we can go across the map. There's not a lot of defense back at home from Maru. He is going to start building a Tech Lab factory, so he's going to have something from the Tech Lab on the way soon, but it's going to be a siege tank. I actually don't know if I like that with the ability to kind of micro with the Prism. Battery here. Saving the pylon as Classic continues to defend at home. I think this defense is going to be okay for Classic, so he's going to defend at home, and he shows up on the other side. The siege tank just isn't ready yet, so it's going to be a long time until we get that. SCVs are going to try and pull it in to finish off this bunker. Two more Zealots warp in. We're going to kill a ton of SCVs, but I think this is going to be done. The Musketeers are looking to get to a 2-0 lead in this best of 7, 54 to 24 supply, and we can just chase this tank down. That's why, I mean, I guess a Cyclone might not have done much else anyway, but I just... Maybe there's just no good choice in this situation. Classic just defend this well. Like I say, doesn't lose much defending the low ground. Goes into the robo, gets the Prism up. And And it's going to be that as we just see the bunker able to hold on for a moment or two. Fresh Mule in some trouble perhaps. Is obviously a good target. Viking is obviously also a good target. There's not a lot of money left over here. We have zealots all over the place. Maru does not have enough at all. Classic is going to take a nice cheeky little 5-minute game to put his team up 2-0 in this best of 7. GG's Maru. Classic 2, Maru. Oh well, most of tiers 2. Onside I should say. As we are going to hop on over to the American service. So we'll hop onto NA, ready for some 2v2, and this becomes very important right now. As, yeah, this is going to be a scenario where all of a sudden Mr. Diaz can end up on a 3-0 lead. It's kind of massive for Riong and Cristiana to try and turn this around in a moment or two, so we kind of need to do something there. Let's see what's about to happen. Alrighty, let's get set to go. Alright, so let's do this with a little bit of hosting magic. We are going to go to Yellow Jacket. Running Cristiana on opposite sides. Assuming that's Riong, it is. Cool, just wait for everyone else to come across, join us here. Get ready to go in the next couple of moments. Alright, we're readying up. Wait, we need to get a classic in position. Yeah, we are missing classic, so just gonna missing classic, get this ready to go. Hey, what's up, eGil48? Thank you so much for the fresh new sub, appreciate you. Thank you very much. What was Maru's mistake? Go directly to the ramp? Well, he didn't really make a mistake. I think Classic just played it extremely well. Cancels the Nexus. I mean, maybe you do just have to force your way up the ramp as Maru. But yeah, Classic cancels the Nexus, build a Robo. And Maru decided to camp on the map and couldn't get back home to play defense. Like, it's probably fine for Maru if he then just goes home and defends and is set up defensively against the Prism. But it just doesn't work the other way around. So, yeah. Not ideal. So we are ready to go. Alright, Riong and Cristiana already, just confirming that Heromarine and Classic already when we jump into this 2v2, guys. Guys, if you enjoyed this stream today, first of all, shout out to our sponsors of the WardiTV team, the Crate Entertainment. I'll put that link in the Twitch chat. You can find out more about the awesome games they make, such as Grim Dawn and Farthest Frontier, over on their Steam page. Go check them out. They sponsored the entire prize pool of this event, so thank you to them for sponsoring the prize pool up. Greatly appreciate. Thank you very much indeed. To the Crate Entertainment once again, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support as we have Gogo being called by Heromarine and Classic, which means we are fully ready to go. And we go to Yellow Jacket for a 2v2 to see if the Musketeers will open to a 3-0 lead. and look to continue to absolutely just hammer the point home here in the team league. They've been absolutely killing it so far. And as we continue on by. So we get into this, get this up and running, and look to see how things will wrap up. I can say Onside, if they lose this series, are in big danger of being eliminated, honestly. Like, they actually could 100% fall out of this, so could be a big factor. Let's find out as we go into this next game. Alright, let's head into the bottom left corner of the map. It is going to be the blue team, which are the team with the 2-0 advantage, the Musketeers, Heromarine, and Classic in the top left corner of the map. Against Cristiana and Riong, who have the pressure on them because they are looking to save this from becoming a match point situation, which obviously could be very bad very quickly. So, let's to see how that plays out. And just have ourselves a pro coming across the map. Just realized I have the freaking WardiTV Mondays logo on the screen. Ay, ay, ay. I knew everything was going too smoothly today. Something had to be a little bit off at the very least. Unbelievable. Alrighty, so as 2v2 begins here on Yellow Jacket. Again, big game. Big series in general. Onside's last of the group stage. Could be last of the entire team league if, like I say, they don't win. There's a very good chance they do not make it to the playoffs. Shopify 2-1. They would be a couple wins away from getting ahead. Very likely they win at least a couple as well. The Musketeers would also be primed to kind of get ahead there too. It's going to be seeing the Stargate and a couple Stalkers coming in over on the side, so that's just going to get set up. The couple Reapers in the factory continuing through. SCV on the way. And again, Stalker in the Warp Gate continue to come online as well, so we bring that straight up and into action. A couple of Stalkers going to move out down onto the low ground just initially. Yeah, a couple of Reapers already going across the map. So they're going to start moving across, moving through for a little bit here. Get set up. A couple of pros moving around. Cristiana going to pause for a second. Has some lags, so hopefully can just solve this. Heromarine also has some lags, okay. Europeans just having a moment or two on the NA server. So we'll take a second. It's actually central as well, so it should be better for the Europeans, but sometimes that doesn't affect the actual connection. Like if the ping will be lower, but if the connection's still a bit off, it's still a bit off, you know, so. We'll just take a couple of moments here. Hopefully get back on track. So we take a second. Looks as though everything's okay. Maybe we can do something. Say give it a moment to see if Cristiana agrees. Looks like it's going down, so we're going to get back on track. So, just a moment or so. Hopefully get this sorted and get back on track without issue. Alright. Resumed. And get back to it as we get out of the lag. So, out of the lag and back into the fire. It's going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers and the Reapers gathered about. Next, going to take some damage. A few Marines with that bunker there to try and help play a bit of defense. As Heromarine Classic obviously poking for some damage. We're not going to get too far with a battery and a bunker there. I think this defense is going to be fine from Riong and Cristiana initially. It's going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers going to fight, so we are going to come through looking for a little bit more. Oracle in the Warp Gate coming about. We are going to see a couple of grenades coming down. Marine's going to get over there, chase those SCVs for a few more, chase those devs down for a few more. The SCVs being pulled in as well. The Oracle is going to show up. Is that going to be able to be impactful here? A couple of Stalkers jump onto the Oracle, actually very low. Classic turns for a probe as he escapes, man. What a baller. He's just like, low HP, I'm not afraid. He was not afraid of that at all. I'm a little surprised, to be fair. I actually thought that was definitely a moment to maybe respect and just get the Oracle out and keep it alive for future interactions instead of risking it, but all good. All good. Couple Stalkers. Continue back for a moment or two. And the Oracle's getting around the top side. Just going to be seeing a little bit of a ping action coming about. A couple extra Stalkers coming in. The CV is going to begin to drop here as well. So those Oracles taking a little bit of damage. The Marines are going to get there. Oracle's taking some hits already. A few shots coming down just at first. We are going to see that Dark Shrine come into play. The gate coming up as well. A couple of probes in the blink. Continue to come by. Continue to get all of that set up. Factory Command Center coming through too. That's going to be seeing the siege tank still coming about. The factory still coming up as well. And again, factory is going to move over to the reactor. Just going to be seeing the blink coming online from both sides. The Dark Shrine is finishing up very shortly. 1-1 upgrades in that stim pack continue to build on through from Heromarine. The Musketeers coming out of all of this. Let's compare the. You can kind of just see Classic a bit behind the supply compared to Cristiana. And otherwise, the supplies are very even between the Terrans. It's a pretty similar situation. Riong building into the factories and the mech, so it's going to be mech from Riong, more bio-focused from Heromarine. Cristiana going to lose a few probes here. The Oracles are Classic find an entry point. No blink is going to mean these Oracles they get another probe. These Oracles actually do get away as well, so they get out of there as we warp in some DTs. So it's going to be Classic with the Dark Temp, but to spread across the bases. There's only going to be... Whoa, we just dropped the mules. There's not even going to be scans available here, so these DTs actually have quite a lot of potential to get in and do a chunk of damage very quickly. Yeah, the lack of scans is obviously going to be pretty painful in that. As see, the Reaper's going to try and distract off to the sides there. The DTs, do we raise a depot? Do we notice it in time? We do not. Yeah, we realize it now. The ping comes down, but like I say, the detection's not available just yet. Riong just dropped the mule right a few moments ago. He'll have a scan soon, but that scans one of the DTs. And that's the important part. Not being able to scan multiple DTs at once as they move in is the big issue. And you can just see Cristiana's supply already plummeting down a little bit. Riong is going to start losing a bunch of SCVs now as well. Having to save some of his mules to drop scans instead is also going to come at a pretty big expense. Stalker step over, going to get rid of a couple of these Reapers. The DT is going to try and make its way back over to the rest of this. A couple DTs still moving in from Classic as well, man. They just know that there's a detection issue, right? The robo facility's not up. The engineering bay is not here, and so these DTs are just going huge because the more we bring into play, the more scans we need, and we just, yeah, we're triple CC, but even then we've not had enough scans to clean out all of this. Look at all of this lost mine time, and the thing is, because across the two players there's essentially 4 bases to hold, there's just so many positions you can show up with the DTs and basically force another scan to have to come down. Finally, turrets are being finished, but look at this coming out of this. Cristiana now down 20 supply against Classic. Riong down 35 supply against Heromarine. this was devastating damage, and we're not even done. The DTs are still going, so Classic and Heromarine and the Musketeers are putting on the hurt and putting on a performance. It does feel as though this one is getting completely swept away for Onside, and this might just be them getting a, like I say, knockdown at 3-3 would pretty much eliminate them from the tournament. I mean, it doesn't, like I say, there's potential for tie breaks, but especially if they're down 3-0 already, and maybe they don't get a few maps in this series at all, then their map score is going to be kind of terrible too. One of the matches they won was an ace match too, so their map score really is not ideal, to say the least. Marines will stem. Stalkers still trying to press forward for a little bit. Just going to try and deny these medevacs. Well, we will push them back, but the supplies are still troubling. Stalkers up front get rid of a siege tank too. Riong and Cristiana's defenses are continuing to crumble here, as there's just not enough we can do to keep ourselves alive and in play, unfortunately, on this one much longer, I don't think. Stalkers in the bio continue to gather about. 1-1 upgrades and the Mag Field Accelerator coming through. Just going to see the Stalkers showing up. A couple of those tanks are going to get picked off already. Going to get some damage done. The rest of the Stalkers coming down. A couple moments. We do have, at this point, just Classic is overwhelming. Heromarine is going to overwhelm too. As Orbital obviously can't stay in position, so the third base of Riong denied. And again, the fall apart in this game is just going to continue at this point. Seeing as though it's still going to be there. A couple of tank shots still flying through. The rocks are going to be knocked down as well to open up some space maybe, but again, Cristiana and Riong are bleeding, and the Musketeers are just showing up in this series so far. Fire going to fight. Nexus in some trouble. Just going to see the storm coming down. GG says Riong, and GG says Cristiana. And Musketeers up to 3-0, popping off for the moment. All right, let me throw us into this next one. Which is going to be, let me just remind myself, NA, White Rabbit, Zaun, and Showtime. Central, and then the next one's West. Cool. Alright, down Showtime coming up, guys. Just need to set this all up. Give us a moment or two. Alrighty, Showtime here yet? No, just waiting on Showtime to join us for a couple moments. Get this underway. Alright, yeah. Give me a second. Okay, this is going to be down against Showtime. The Musketeers on match point. Showtime win this, and it is good to go. It's ready to rumble. Alright, go, and ready. Pick this off, and away we go. Alright, let's go into this as we just have ourselves this next game coming online, and it's do or die time from Onside. 0-3 down. Obviously, we play 6 maps no matter what, but they might not matter if it continues in this direction. We're just going to be seeing the top right Red Pearls player here is Zaun. Taking on the bottom left Blue Protoss player, Showtime. Showtime, a PvP to send the Musketeers to, again, continued undefeated territory, right? They would be 4-0 after this if they win this one, and they play Villains last today. Also a big matchup. Kind of crazy as we get this up and running and see, like I say, where things are going to go and how things are going to go. Let's see what is going to happen for a little bit. Not really looking great for Onside, like I say. If after this you got Riong against Classic, which I feel like is going to be an uphill battle for Onside too. So even if Zaun gets the win here, I really do feel like it's going to be tough. We've seen the couple Stalkers in the Wolf Gate coming through. It's going to be the Robo Facility from Showtime getting aggressive into the middle of the map. Robo Facility coming down. And gateways are coming through. Let's set up at the moment here. A couple probes going to chase each other by. Just going to be seeing again the Stalkers coming about for a little bit as well. So we get that online for now. Putting that into play. And figure out what we can do. So we settle ourselves in. Again, the 2 Stalkers of the Robo coming up, the Warp Gate coming by as well. Bring that about right now. We're just going to shoot it. Depth will take some damage. It's going to see the Stalker's going to fly. A couple shots coming by. Just going to be seeing the setup obviously going to be very aggressive from Showtime. And now Zaun is throwing the expansion down, then the Robo. So he's still looking to play defense on the low ground, perhaps. It's going to be interesting. Stalker's going to shoot. He's going to see that Stalker going down. Again, the Immortal coming about. The Robo Facility chronoing out the prism here. Zaun. Can he defend for Onside? Cancels up the wall off a little bit. Decides how he wants to approach this. Again, a couple of depths in the stores. The just going to poke. There's a good few units there initially. Good force fields obviously can do a lot for you here. Zaun. He will cancel the Nexus, so he's going to put that money elsewhere. But could he have done that sooner? If you're just going to cancel it anyway, you could have already had that money to invest elsewhere. Showtime a bit supply blocked right now. Maybe a factor as he'll come in pylon will supply block Zao, but he gets the warp in off before that is a factor. He's actually going to lose a second pylon though, so he's actually going to get very supply blocked, so it's actually going to be a problem as the gates will now start to take damage, and second Immortal coming along from Showtime. His own supply block fades away. Prism could get the warp in going to help out with that. You can see this Immortal trying to step through. Like I say, the Adepts actually are going to be very nice as well, because they're going to be able to absorb some of those Immortal shots and really nullify them. Showtime lifts the Adepts back over. That gateway is about to drop, so it's going to be -1 warp in possibility from Zaun here, who is forced to play on the defense. And this is why proxy roping against a defensive robo can be great, because you can still get in positions where you can chip away at these gateways, and if you knock down 2 gateways, you're still taking a net advantage in this game. Eventually you get pushed back, and then obviously it's a problem because your robo is on the map, and maybe that's a long-term issue. But until then, it's not too much of a problem. These Immortals are very healthy still as you pull back around. A couple of force fields navigating this fight, and numbers are still kind of even across the board, but I like where Showtime's at, because especially I like the fact that he's denying some of this infrastructure already. I think that's putting him into a nice, solid position. Going to be seeing the Adept warping in, just going to be having the extra Adepts coming through. Going to be seeing our Prism coming over. As do see the Immortal and the gate coming about, getting that set up initially. Just going to be seeing the Prism is going to get through there. The robo facility is going to come about. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix and the Nexus continue to come around here for a couple of moments. Just have ourselves the Prism again settling down. Just going to be seeing a few units moving about as well. The army of Zao now coming across the other side. So this is where it gets interesting. Showtime have to play defense, but he's got the Stargate up and the Phoenix out, and that should do a lot for him in terms of being able to get that defense on the go here. So let's see. The Phoenix obviously able to just lift up Immortals, take them out of the equation. Showtime obviously has the Nexus, so it's Zaun's turn to be aggressive. He's up about 10 army supply. The hallucinated Immortals are very nice. Showtime has to make sure he tries to lift the real Immortals here. Don't want to waste Phoenix on the ones that just do not actually have any impact on this engagement. 3 more batteries coming up. If Zao wants to go, surely we got to go soon. The extra batteries finishing are going to be a problem for him. Some force fields coming down. Ooh, Showtime's a bit out of position. Prism. Okay, no, the Prism's there. I think the Prism wasn't close enough to save these Immortals, but nothing happened anyway, so they're absolutely okay. And like I say, the battery count looking good. We're going to wall off to stop the Adepts, kind of pulling units out of position. That could have been a big problem. And like I say, Showtime's getting more and more Phoenix. The more Phoenix we get, the better off we are here, because the more lifts you have, the more denial of the important units you have. Showtime bringing the Musketeers into, like I say, a really good place. As these Adepts are going to try and shit up to this high ground once again. Again, Phoenix and the Probes continue to build through. Twilight Council Nexus continue about. Let's see a couple shots coming in. The Phoenix getting turned around. Adepts will shade forward again. Another battery going to come into place here. Just going to see those Phoenix still coming about, and we are going to be seeing the Prism hanging around. Stalker is just going to get set up. A couple shots coming over. Phoenix is going to be in place. And again, just have the rest of this army getting settled. Battery, Probe, Phoenix, Pylon. All building right now. It's going to be seeing those Adepts going up toward the ramp. Back down to the low ground. Just going to see those Adepts shading back away. Not able to get anywhere. The rest of this army still stepping through. Robo facility going to get jumped on. We're just going to clean that out. Zaun going to knock this down. His own expansion now finished, so the question kind of becomes what next. And initially the answer is going to be that Zaun's already on his way to Blink, so that's going to be quite intriguing. Phoenix going back over. Stalker's just going to gather in. Just going to see the Robo Facility Twilight Council continuing through. We get a couple probes coming about. Showtime's turn to get onto the map here. I still think Showtime's army is awesome because of those Phoenix. However, Phoenix get worse over time because there's going to be more ways to counter them and more ways to shoot them down super quickly. And it's getting into the center. Gathering up for a few moments. Hallucination stepping through. Walls are going to drop down into place. Next is onto the third base. And that blink coming in on both sides. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix continue to do some lifting. Blink the Observer and the Nexus, all of that continue to come through just at the moment. He has the Stalkers get underneath, and that is going to be the Prism chased and shot down already. So just going to see that dropping down immediately. More shots coming about, just going to see one more Force Field dropping in. Yeah, Showtime supply lead continues to grow, just taking the third base. Sound kind of has to just match him for that, and he's going to go Temple Archives. He's going to open the pathway to Archons at least, so you'll get some of those available here. Showtime catching up on Blink, so one of the advantages Sound had recently is starting to disappear. Obviously, once that Blink finishes up, then, yeah, Sound has no Blink advantage anymore, and Showtime still has the few Phoenix that can still kind of have an impact on the fight. Because if the Stalkers have to shoot down Phoenix because they're nullifying some of the damage output by lifting up Immortals, that's still that's still Stalker shots that are not going on to the rest of the army. You can kill a few of the Phoenix here, but it does come at the cost of some Stalkers. Even that I don't hate for Showtime, because obviously it's going to become more about kind of Blink Stalker fights here. The Phoenix get worse over time. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the best use of the Phoenix, but like I say, I still feel like they've done their job. And we're not really in a kind of a threat of kind of being hit by, like an Immortal drop or anything anymore, which is one of the things the Phoenix denied by being up on the map. And we still have a couple Phoenix in case that does become a factor. But yeah, I think we're past a lot of the main issues that you wanted the Phoenix to try and deal with initially. So that is genuinely a pretty major plus. Stalker step in. Just going to get that pylon here. +1 in the charge. Still coming through. A few extra gateways coming about. Prism on the way by. Temple Archives also coming up at the moment. So again, we continue to bring that about. This army is settling from Showtime to the bottom left. Extra Zealots charge coming through. Continue to get this set up. See the Stalker's getting there. Just going to see that Nexus getting picked up initially. And again, charging +1 still coming through. Rock on the Nexus coming up. Gonna see our Stalkers coming back over. The rest of this coming around from Zound. Glaives on the way from Showtime. Just gonna go Glaives rather than just heading to Zealots, right? I mean, he's on quite a few Adepts, but the thing for me is that Archons are really the shutdown on Adept, but we actually already have a bunch of Archons out, so it feels like such a late timing to go Glaives. Very interesting. Phoenix lifting, we get a few more pickoffs. Just going to be seeing the Resonating Glaives in that +2. Still continuing by. The Nexus coming up as we go. And just going to be seeing a few units stepping forward, trying to see what else is going on. So let's see our Stalker's coming about. A couple shots coming about. Stalker, Archon, Zealot are going to be the Adept as well. We get ready from Showtime to come down this ramp. A couple Archons going to be gathering as well. Since the Stalker's blinking forward, just going to be seeing these units pulling back. We go back and forth a little bit. A couple Archons still trying to fight through for a couple of moments. So we're seeing a couple Force Fields still dropped into place. The Archons are stepping forward. A couple of Zealots are going to hit the mineral lines down. pushing up here and taking an army supply lead for a moment. Remember, Showtime does have an upgrade lead, +1 currently, +2 on the way. Currently being denied that forward base, but he will hold 4 bases. May have to swing around and get in position, though, because Zaun is on his way over, and Showtime is going to come down a ramp into a better concave at first, maybe, but now a lot of the units on the top side of this from Zaun are going to hit the Nexus or struggle to hit something meaningful, I think. Let's see how it plays out. These Immortals and these Archons getting busy. Just so many Archons from Zaun. His army is just better, huh? And Zaun is just going to win this fight. Wow, this is, what a weird game. I feel like Showtime won every stage of the early stage parts, and then just maybe he never got to fully utilize the Phoenix or anything, which, you know, is a factor. But he definitely just ended up on this worst composition, and I do think Glaives just did nothing for him here with so many Archons available from Zaun as well. Like, Zaun just having Archons in general is going to be good here. And the positioning from Zaun in the end ends up being very good too. What a weird game. Just kind of the bigger fight at the end, kind of going against a lot of what we kind of had built up throughout the game, I guess. And that means that the series is going to stay alive as we go to Korea for Riong versus Classic. So, Riong and Classic are going to be going up against each other on Korea, and Riong must win to, again, keep Onside in this. Classic beat Maru earlier. Can he take down Riong? Obviously, don't expect Riong to necessarily do the same thing Maru did, right? So, that's a factor. And let's just try and log on to Korea. We'll take a moment or two. We can get set to go. Alrighty. Let's go to, it's going to be Celestial as well. Ooh, what a map. What a map to play this out on. Okay. Riong and Classic. After this, Maru and Zaun take on Hero and Showtime. It's going to be a fun game, even if it's not important. But even more important and even more fun if Riong actually manages to take down Classic here. That would be very wild. As we get set to go, guys. So, kicking this off in a moment. And we'll be ready to go in a second. Is that Riong? Yes. Am I missing any casters? I don't think so. Think we're good? Good. All right. If we're ready, we can go into Riong versus Classic. Classic looks to close it out for the Musketeers. And Riong will look to keep Onside alive. Maybe not just in this match, but in the season. Like I say, it is really coming down to that kind of point where it just looks so unlikely. Like the pathway to Onside advancing if they're 3-3 is just like their map score is not even great, but would basically rely on the Shopify Rebellion losing some series which are basically guaranteed for them. Oh, it's going to be tough for sure. It is going to be tough. Alright, we will head into Celestial and get this ready to go, guys. Let's kick this off and see what happens. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, still with the advantage to take this series down with a single map win from here on out. The Musketeers have Classic representing them in the bottom left corner of Celestial Enclave. Riong in the top right representing Onside. Let's see what he can do. Lost to Jumi earlier. Can he take down Classic who beat Maru? All the things suggest probably not, but I guess we will find out. Alright, we're finally coming through and getting set up to roll. Going about, a couple of SCVs gather around. Just gonna have ourselves settling here. Again, Cybercore coming through, Engineering Bay and the Orbital coming about for a couple of moments. I'm just trying to get this underway, so get this settled, get this started. We're having ourselves a little probey attacking through. Riong is across the map and is being found. Sorry guys, just trying to deal with a little admin thing on the other thing, but yeah, he's double Engineering Bay blocking, so he forces at quite an expense Classic to go onto the in-base expand, which is interesting because it's, like I say, expensive for Riong to drop double Engineering Bay down to block this. So the in-base is worse for the Protoss, obviously, but like I say, does it matter if Riong spends so much to make you get there? Maybe Classic doesn't mind it that much. It's still fairly limiting because it means you have less gas for a pretty significant amount of time as well, I guess, so also a factor. Going around, seeing where we get to. Have ourselves the couple Marines that you're going to jump through, jumping onto the Stalker for a couple of seconds there, so you can get straight onto that. Do you have the Twilight Council Nexus, the rest of this coming through too, and yeah, getting established for a moment or so. And Twilight Council obviously giving us a good idea about where things might be headed. Stalker actually going to go down. The Marines is going to grab that. That's a little bit of a mistake from Classic there. Going to grab that already. So I'll catch. Again, a few Marines join up. Just going to be seeing the Dark Shrine coming about. The extra gateways coming through. Have our medevac coming about as well for a little bit. And just have ourselves the medevac and the Marines building by for a couple of moments. There's the medevac coming down. A couple of Widow Mines coming through again. The Dark Shrine, the Blink continues to come about. Hang that around for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers getting underneath the medevac. It'll take a few shots. Widow Mine's going to drop in. Going to try and turn onto the probes. Not quite going to get there just yet. First Widow Mine gets a single probe. Second mine still yet to fire. Can we deny the medevac? No blink, so probably not, though. The Widow Mine is going to move closer in. This Dark Shrine, was it seen at all by Riong? No, so he doesn't know about the DTs, and the pylon on the in-base could, of course, be a problem. Walks straight in, just in the main as well, and we are going to see it. Where's it going to go? Is it actually going to go to the natural first? Yeah, it's going to go to the natural. Some SCVs are pulling, so we see that as well. Classic is going to recognize exactly what's going on, so he gets the perfect scout, and this DT is going to reveal itself, gets a couple of SCVs. DT in the main going to cause chaos, while Riong is going to be full committed to this attack, but Classic is down 20 army supplies. These DTs have to do work. Obviously, every scan right now basically has to go onto the map, and we're going to have to use one here to play defense, but it's a problem because obviously now every single scan comes at such a cost. Every DT swipe puts you one step closer to defending this as Classic. As Riong wants to send it, Classic going to give up the low ground base, right? No reason for that to kind of stick around. There's one scan used over here. As soon as that fades away, we're going to send the next DT in and keep this process going. The DT across the map doing work. Stalkers have the blink to work with as well. Again, just looking to force a scan, killing Marine after Marine. we have a ton of batteries in the main as well. Because we saw it coming because of the DTs, he's had time to prep the batteries in the main base, and I think that makes this nigh on unlosable. 2 DTs swiping. Classic is going to get it done, and the Musketeers will advance to a continually undefeated record, 4-0 now in this group stage of the Team League, and they will play against the Villains of SC2 up next as well, so we'll be back with that in a little bit. Alrighty, what am I doing? I am going to NA, and we are getting this next game set up. The last game to be played between Onside and the Musketeers. As like I say, it might be the end of Onside's season. They will be 3-3. And like I say, Musketeers are ahead of them. The Villains of SE2 are a match win from being ahead of them. It's really down to Shopify. I just don't see Shopify not getting there with the other matches they have. I guess it's not impossible, but Shopify probably are going to overtake Onside as well. It's going to be very tough for it not to happen. Yeah. Alright, well, can Onside win? Nope, Onside are lost on this series. We still play map 6 though, and let's get that hosted up at least. Okay, let's go. It's going to be Rohana to round out this best of 7. Like I say, 6 maps get played. Heromarine and Showtime versus Maru and Zaun. Okay, Musketeers play the matchup after this as well against Villains of SE2. That one starts off with Solar against Showtime, then moving into Percival against Heromarine, 2v2, MaxPax against Classic twice, and more 2v2 can be a big one. Could determine the first seed of this group, so that could be a big factor. Could be something we look at here as we get ready to go. Players are all set, colors are correct. I'll just ask the teams if they are ready, and if they are, we can head into this 2v2 game number 6. Yeah, the other concern I have is that I guess I also look at the map score of Onside is not great. Maybe if Bonkers beat the Rebellion, there would be 3 wins. Rebellion lose another, and then win 1. It's a tough one to call. Gogos is Maru, ready to shut down. Let's do it. We're off and away into a final map of this series, and we have one more best of 7 to get through, guys. Again, the Villains of SE2 against the Musketeers. Coming up after this, we'll be on the way next. Countdown and ready to go. In the bottom right corner, I'm going to start off with the team who might have just played their last match in the Team League. We will see, like I say, what ends up happening elsewhere, but it does not seem likely to be great for them. It's going to be Zaun and Maru up against Showtime and Heromarine. That Shopify Rebellion opening day was so good for them, getting those couple wins in. Really kind of twisted the fate in this group, and it meant that one of the other favorites is going to have to probably drop down and fall out. And like I say, it looks like that's probably Onside. Now again, like I say, it's not set in stone yet, but it's really not great for them having lost this one. It was really out of their hands. And I would say the odds are definitely against them as well. You'd be looking for multiple upsets to probably have a chance of advancing at this stage. Couple of refineries coming up, racks on the way, as we do see both the Terrans open in the same way, both the Protoss open in the same way for the first few moments. Wait to see where we take things here then as we get set up. Looking into this. Alrighty, Cybercore coming about. Just going to be seeing the Nexus in the will be coming through. You can see the Reaper coming about, Warp Gate coming online. Let's take ourselves a few seconds to see where we go with this. The Reaper is going to get a probe then, at least for a couple of moments to start us off. And then, yeah, Stargate on the way already from Showtime. Waiting to see what the tech is from Zaun. Again, I really do like the Phoenix. I feel like we see Phoenix win so much more than anything else in these 2v2s when it's Protoss and Terran, so let's see. Just going to be having the Twilight Council ticking along again. Couple probes in the Adept coming about. The Warp Gate is coming up. Just going to keep bringing that through. The Stargate, the probes, and the Warp Gate continue to come online at the moment. And just have ourselves the Adept shading about for a couple moments too. Reapers, the Hellion, are just going to be there. Just going to chase away the couple of units that were at the front with them, and we are going to start going across the map. Showtime and Heromarine trying to hold some map control against this Adept, which is shading around. If we can kill that off, that would be lovely. That is, at least initially, seeming like the intention. We are going to catch it on the Watchtower. It's a recall. And it goes down before the recall comes off. However, the two Adepts of Showtime get caught by the Reaper Hellion of Maru. Looks as though that's going to be fine for the moment. Now the Reaper Hellion and Heromarine jump on this, and there is going to be the Adept here. Oh, well, that actually gets very close. Showtime loses both of his Adepts, huh? Or just the one. He didn't bring the other one back into the fight then. I wonder why the Hurt Adept was in the fight and the other one was far away. The Oracle shows itself, and Showtime is going to get rid of an extra Hellion too. So a lot of this early game scrapping just going to be a trade out of units. Showtime revealing the Oracle to help push things away, and just letting us know that we're on a Stargate. It is indeed Blink from Zaun, so he's going to play the Blink. And we'll see what Maru wants to play in the next few moments as well, as we get all of this twisted into the next step. We've seen the Reaper getting grabbed. It's going to be seen, I would say at this point, just throwing the other units kind of into the base and seeing if we can get some extra workers. We're kind of past the point, I think, of people being too worried about this. A couple of Hellions continue to come around then just for a couple of seconds. Stalkers poking about from Zaun, obviously with that Blink, feels pretty confident to be out on the map. Needs to be careful not to get lifted too much, because if you have a bunch of units lifted and the Terran army can then jump on the Stalkers on the ground still, that's obviously kind of grounds for disaster, right? So it's one thing to kind of, you know, keep us aware of and just be cautious about. And you see those two Hellions still gathering together as well. Plus one Hour Weapons coming through, the couple of Phoenix are coming about as well. Bringing a lot of this up and online for the moment. Again, a lot of that ready. We just have ourselves, again, the 1-1, the Cyclone, and the Marines all continue to produce as well. So, again, a lot of these bits and bobs coming up at the moment. The Phoenix and the air weapons also into place. And, again, just getting that all established right now. The Phoenix and the Hellions will join together. The Adept is going to be nearby. And we take a fight here. We're going to try and make something happen as we step forward initially. Stepping forward for a couple of moments here. Just going to see those tanks and the Hellions all gathering around. The Phoenix are going to be joined up along with everything else as well. And we just have ourselves a chance to maybe, possibly make something happen here. Those Phoenix setting up a couple tanks will siege. The Phoenix going to dive in. Raven goes down already. The Hellions looking to maybe try and get involved. We do just see ourselves, again, a couple of Phoenix and everything else coming back around. And we have a bit of a push moving onto the map. So, army setting up to go. Making a bit of a move forward. We have got the Phoenix still overhead. The tanks and the Hellions all gathering up. The Stalker's going to blink in. Going to lift on a few of these. There's obviously Heromarine looking to, power up with his tanks behind. And again, just looking for those Phoenix lifts to help you out a little bit. Do you like the Cyclones getting onto the Phoenix? It does knock a few of the Phoenix down pretty quickly, so it's a pretty major positive here. And let's just see the scan continue to stay up in the skies. The Phoenix going to be there. The tank's still stepping forward. Still just seeing the rest of these Stalkers coming by also. And we just have ourselves the army again, looking to see what else we can do. We've seen the tank sieging up. A few Phoenix still hanging about in the skies. We are going to be making some moves. The tanks firing up onto the couple of depots. The Phoenix is going to be hanging about. The tank's still sieging forward. Pushing in a little bit closer. Closer and closer to those SCVs. We're going to actually drop a recall down to bring a few Stalkers out to the low ground over there. So just going to bring those straight across. And yeah, the tank's still firing away. That Alter Command is taking quite a beating. So Alter taking quite a few shots. And in we go. Stalker's going to dive. The Phoenix is doing a lot of lifting on a bunch of those Stalkers as well. So a lot being dealt just here initially. Where are we going to continue to? Just going to see the Stalkers continue to fight forward. Maru and Zan supply down by about 20 overall compared to the opposition. Showtime gets away with a bunch of the Phoenix. I mean, Heromarine loses most of what's on the ground for him. Interestingly, Maru is still continuing with that bio army. That 2-2 set of upgrades coming across at the moment here. Going to be seeing the Phoenix continue to come around. The Hellions continue to gather about. And we'll see the bio still pressing forward. And as you just see, the Nexus is going to be in some trouble. So big push continuing through at the moment. Phoenix still lifting, a bit more damage being dealt. Just going to be seeing the Medivac still gathering together. And yeah, bio still pushing around to that upper side. That's coming through. The Hellions are still gathering just for a couple of moments here already, so yeah, we've got ourselves the chance to run by onto a mineral line or so. Bio army from Maru still looking pretty beastie. I mean, again, supply-wise, it's pretty even. We've got the Phoenix going to fly in. There's going to be a bunch of damage going down. Let's see what's coming straight through. A bunch of probes getting grabbed. Again, the Stalkers and the Archons themselves coming back through. Phoenix going to lift up a bunch more of these probes. So again, we get a bunch more done already. Again, P trying to come down on the Phoenix. Not quite going to land it just yet, though. Again, the Phoenix going back around. Hellions in the tanks and the +1 vehicle plating, all still coming online. 2-2 upgrades coming about right here. Marine Marauder Cloaking coming about. The Hellions gonna get jumped on, gonna get cleaned out in that corner. Just gonna get that shot down initially. Another Archon gonna be coming in. Zealot, Stalker, Archon gathering through at the moment. The Hellbats and the tanks still joining up together as well. It's gonna be seeing the Phoenix are gathering around. The Stalker, Zealot, Archon army continues over as well. So just gonna keep that moving across to the top for a few moments here. Bio army with the Ghosts ready to get involved. We are going to be seeing the Hellbats moving up. Phoenix are going to be here. A few shots coming down already, and we're going to see those tanks all sieging and a bunch of liftoffs going. A bunch of those units getting caught and thrown up into the sky. Just going to be seeing these Stalkers all being jumped on as well, and we do have ourselves the Phoenix still coming about. Just going to see those couple of Archons also still coming through. Bio army pressing forward, couple of tanks sieging up. Phoenix is going to get through there. A couple of those Marauders going down, so just going to see some of that damage being dealt already. We are going to have ourselves the continuation here. Just seeing the tanks all sieging and Hellbats joining together for a couple moments, and once more, it's Heromarine on the offensive with those Hellions. Now we have a big push from Maru and Zaun going up the right side of the map. Going to try and hit the upper right base of Showtime. That would be Showtime down to 2 bases if he loses this one, and that at the very least is going to be a positive outlook. Feels like Heromarine needs to do a little bit more. We're going to try and nuke onto this army, which I kind of love. It's kind of in a random position, so we might get away with the nuke. The nuke? Oh my god, the nuke is actually going to... Well, it's going to land on a siege tank and a friendly observer. One of the nukes of all time as Maru and Zaun is pushing through into this. I mean, the problem is Showtime needs to get involved. These Phoenix need to do something. They have a lot of supply overall, but again, if so much of it is in Phoenix and the Phoenix do not get useful, then a lot of that may not actually matter here. Phoenix pulled back down. Again, the Magfield Accelerator coming through. The tanks, the Hellions, and the Starport coming up as well. Just going to see that Bio Army still pushing across. The tank's getting jumped on. I'm just going to be seeing this entire Bioforce getting cleaned up, getting pushed away. The Phoenix is going to step through. The siege tank is going to be in some trouble as well. Maybe. And the Phoenix continue to fly on in, and just going to be having the Ghost getting lifted. These Phoenix continue to go to work, and that is going to be a big pickoff because now Maru's supply drops a lot. The last little bit of Maru's supply going to get cleaned out here as well. We just need something to deal with the Archons because the Phoenix can't lift Archons. So the Phoenix have no way of interacting with those. So you need Heromarine to have some units to deal with the Archons here, but Heromarine is going to say GG, which means the Showtime is going to say GG too. Supplies are actually very close, but like I say, they don't really have a way to fight Archons, and the Phoenix are maybe long-term not going to be good enough with the Archons shredding through, and it is going to be Onside to take one more map at the end of it all, and that is going to be GG's. All right, well, we know the Musketeers were going to win that series, so that part gets cleaned up right there. As we get ready to move into, then, the villains of StarCraft 2 against the 3 Musketeers for one more series on the day. So let's get that set up, and we will kick into this, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. I'll be a couple seconds on the screen. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Countdown begins for Solar and Showtime ZVP as we go into our last best of 7 today, guys. A fun one. We had some good games today. It's been very enjoyable. Get ready to go. All right, so get ready to go. All right, let's get into it as we kick off into game number 1. Final best 7 today, guys. 6 more maps between us and going offline. Appreciate you all, though. Again, thank you so much for joining us. If you've been enjoying the WardiTV Team League today, again, thank you to Create Entertainment, our sponsors, but also a few moments just to say, obviously, do consider supporting the channel. Multiple ways you can do so. First of all, liking and subscribing if you're watching on YouTube goes a long way to helping us out. Obviously, if you are watching on Twitch, you can follow for a similar effect. And then, obviously, the usual things. If you've got a Prime sub you're sitting on, that could go a long way to helping us run more StarCraft 2. There's also the YouTube membership system or just regular subscribing on Twitch, both of which help to support us on a regular basis as well to run more StarCraft 2 events. And one of the main things we always mention that we've not mentioned at all yet today is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. Right now, all your money on Patreon is going directly into the WardiTV Spring Cup and Spring Championship, which are starting in the next 3 weeks. So you guys can look forward to all of that if you do so wish. And check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV. Again, 100% of anything pledged goes to the prize pools. It's a big core reason of how we're able to put up the prize money for these events month after month. So do check out the Patreon page if you do fancy support. And there's now annual support options on the Patreon as well, so you can support for a full year at once if you just want to make one big payment towards the tournament prize pools instead of just the instead of the monthly jive. So yeah, you have that option as well nowadays too. So check that out. Again, appreciate you all. And get ready to go. Alright, so we got a Proby moving about for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing our Stargate coming through. Next is coming about. We get settled to go in a couple of moments and see where things are going to go. Just going to be having the holding speed coming about. Depth in the warp gate coming through, Stargate building. You see our Oracle Chrono Boost now out here, so Showtime doing the things you'd expect to see at the start of a PvZ. Not really any surprises there just yet. We do have the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through. The couple of Lings going to be popping out and trying to get involved for a couple of moments as well. And yeah, nice steady opening. Big matchup here. Villains of SC2 against the Villains of SC2 against Musketeers. The two teams which are really vying for the top spot, the top seed in this group stage. So looking for that top seed privilege, looking for that opportunity. As we've seen the next coming about, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming by. Just going to see the Overlord, the Queens, the drones continue to settle for a couple of seconds. And get this all set into play at the moment. We're going to activate a couple drones going down. And we'll see the Workers being popped, so nice job from Showtime. Oracle's super low. Has 4 kills on it in total. 6 drones and 2 lings go down for 2 adepts so far this game. And Showtime, 2 oracles, and now into the Twilight Council and the Forge to get us into a nice standard follow-up. Last thoughts from Stoller. Being big on the mutas lately, actually, so maybe something to watch for in this game as well. See how those mutas maybe go. If he goes for that, it's kind of a map which I think mutas work well on. It's obviously it's big, it's large, there's lots of bases to take, there's lots of space to move around on. There's not a lot of space around the edges of the base, one of the downside for the mutas here, but that doesn't matter as much in ZVP as it would in like a ZVT a lot of the time. So you can see that Oracle getting a bit too adventurous, and it does go down, so Solar able to strike first onto that Oracle, and that is a nice pickoff. These games are going to be very important, guys. There's a lot of big matches coming up in this. I mean, like I say, Heromarine Percival is actually one I think could go either way. And then MaxPax Classic, we know, can kind of go either way. So every single one of these games is going to be very, very highly competitive, I imagine. And I do think that this series is really the one to get excited for. There's a reason we put it as basically the last series of Group B. Because, yeah, there's in my eyes at least, a lot of hype behind this, for sure. But both Solar and Showtime can't decide who to root for. It's tough, man. It's tough. Let's just take a couple seconds, and just gonna see that blink and that +1 continue to come through and set up over there. Feelings is gonna run by, gonna jump onto a couple of these adepts, and a couple of the adepts getting grabbed for a moment or so. And we've seen the Stalker still warping in, the blink and that +1 continue to come through. So again, that set up the Oracle, and they're taking a bit of damage as well here for a few moments. Just gonna see that. Taking a few nips, and we do see immediately from Showtime the Storm starting up, so he's going to go straight to Storm right now. The feeling is going to take a chance to jump onto the rocks there as well, so jumping onto the rocks, trying to get that set already. And again, the couple Hydras still coming through. The Oracle coming about right there, just going to see the Lings and the Hydras still going to get themselves positioned for a couple moments. This Oracle, like I say, I talked about the lack of space, it's going to get a little bit stuck. Just talking about that for the mutas, obviously no mutas on the way here. As you can see, it is going to be Hydras instead from Solar. So he's just going to play Hydraling Bane off 81 drones. This kind of big, busty kind of style where you're just going to swarm with Hydraling Bane kind of throughout and really look to overwhelm your opponent over the course of a few big fights where you're able to rebuild and kind of restack your army super quickly. So we'll see what happens as, again, the Bane speed, the Hydra speed both coming up. +1 missiles coming through, Hydra Bane, Ling, Overlord, all continue to come by as well, so we just bring a ton of that online initially. Again, got a lot of that coming up, and see where we take it all. As the Oracle flies through, the just drop a Revelation, gonna recall it. It kind of is a bit stuck on the edge here, so recalling it out, just gonna get that home, because you might need this Oracle later, or even right now, kind of tracking a bunch of these Hydras and so, and seeing where these Hydra Ling Bane attacks are going to be directing themselves from. 3 units initially from Showtime already, kind of getting a little bit caught, so got to be a bit careful and cautious. Hydras are slow moving currently, don't have speed yet. The Bane speed not yet ready either, so in 30 seconds his army becomes a lot scarier from Solar. But he was already kind of diving in there early and getting a little bit of pressure made. Just going to see the few Lings morphing into the left side, going to morph into those Banelings already, get that set up. A couple of Hydras coming through, so Ling Bane Hydra just in general gathering up around to the top. So Bane's just morphing in. Again, the Bane speed coming about. All that Ling Bane coming over. And we've seen the Ling Hydra going to make a bit of a push through already. Nice Storm getting rid of a couple of units. Going to be seeing the Zealots and the Stalkers. Actually, we're going to get the Hydras here. It's just going to get that grab. The Lings and the Hydras going to jump up to the right-hand side initially. It's just going to be coming across. Going to be seeing our Hydras and the Banes continue about. A couple of gates getting blocked down. We are going to see the Banes going to threaten over to the sides there, trying to move through. See the Hydras and the Lings run across just to deal with these Zealots on this other side. So we're going to defend against those first couple of units. The Hydras able to add the DPS with the Lings tanking to get the job done on that, so good job, well done at the moment here. Not bad just yet. Hydra is coming across again. The cannons join about. Ling Hydra will continue to come through. A couple of gateways. We'll try and set up on this left-hand side, but they're going to go down pretty quickly. Not even cancels, just kills. These Hydras start a fight. Obviously, Storm available here. We need some good Storms from Showtime to hold this off. That first Storm is going to zone the units on the bottom side from moving closer in, so it's going to be a pretty successful starting point. There's a couple of Banes getting stormed already. On that right side, as they try to flank around, the Archons obviously doing their job as well. Their splash adds up. Now the Bane's going to reach the mineral line. The probes have to pull out of there. In the end, the few Banelings crash in for only 3 workers. Solar's still at 170 supply, reinforcing his Ling Hydra force once more. But as time ticks along, in theory, Solar gets into a weaker and weaker army, and Showtime gets into a stronger and stronger army. So the longer that this goes without Solar really kind of grabbing full control of this game, the better it's going to start feeling for Showtime. Hydroling Bane just going to step up. Rocks are going to get jumped on here. A couple of Banes are going to crash in. So Ling Hydra just going to knock those first set of rocks down. A couple of Storms coming straight in. That's a lot of Lings going to get hurt just immediately. So that's a good Storm already. Just softening these Lings up means that they're going to be a bit lighter on the touch to clear them out in the future attack. A little bit more Storms. Bane's not really finding prime targets just yet. Just rolling into a couple of singular Archons. Means that they are very healthy and happy at the moment as well. Storms, the Bane's crashing through, the Zealots getting caught, the Hydra's getting jumped on as well. Solar is just not really breaking forwards. Now, he is on a good base count, he's got a good setup behind us in terms of the bases and the map control, but there is a bigger question at play here, basically. Which is, can you actually deal with this Showtime army? And right now, it seems as though, no, you cannot. Showtime's been able to play what is one of Showtime's best kind of games. The defensive, just kind of sit there and just deal with attacks on multiple front kind of games and just eventually build up to this point where you have a significant advantage. 40 supply lead for Showtime as he pushes down the left-hand side. He's got a push still going on the right side as well. And that's going to be GG from Solar. Showtime is going to open this game for the Musketeers and this series for the Musketeers with a 1-0 advantage. The Musketeers off to a flying start at the start of this matchup as they get up to, like I say, a 1-0 lead. All right. Musketeers are just on fire today, man. What a day to show up and perform. As we get to that game 2 in a couple moments, it's going to be Percival against Heromarine. It's going to be West, so it's going to favor Percival slightly on the servers. I do think this game's really out there. I think Percival's TVT is very good. It has to be. If you're a Korean Terran player, you have to have good TVT or you're just not competitive in your scene. So I do think that's a factor. As we'll get this hosted and ready to rumble. See what kind of TVT we got on Ruby Rock in just a few moments' time. Obviously, some 2v2s will be following this as well. So we have Ruby Rock and then 2v2 MaxPax and Solar against Heromarine and Showtime. And then MaxPax Classic twice, in fact, and then MaxPax Percival versus Classic Heromarine in another 2v2. Alright, so Heromarine joins our lobby, waiting on Percival to join us as well. In a couple moments, and we should be able to kick this off. Get this ready to rumble. Percival readies. Heromarine to do the same. This Percival go against this Heromarine. Perfect. Let's send it. We are going into game number 2 as Heromarine looks to take the Musketeers to a 2-0 lead on the day, guys. Get this up and running in a second. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Ruby Rock coming on in. Getting ready to roll. Is the schedule correct that MaxPax will play Classic twice? Yep. Because the way it works is that teams just select which player plays on which map. It just so happens that both teams chose to play the player on map 4 as the repeated player on map 5. which you are allowed to play the same player twice. And like I said, it's just random. They both just chose, you know, MaxPax and Classic to go map 4 and map 5. Which is not super crazy, because you might just say, oh, these are the better Protoss maps in the matchup. You know, these are two teams which are, well, I guess it's a little different because you don't have a Zerg on the side of the Musketeers, but if you just say, oh, this is a good Protoss map, and, you know, let's put Classic out here, he maybe wants to play in the later games as well, you know, there's a lot of reasons why it kind of matches up nicely, I think, to be honest, so... Yeah, it's not super surprising. Obviously, it's a little bit funky that it happened, but it's not super crazy because, like I say, the teams know the maps that they're sending their players on. So if it's a Protoss map a couple times in a row, it's likely you send your strong Protoss player on the Protoss maps, right, to try and guarantee them the wins. So, but yeah, they'll play back-to-back games. You're too dumb to find the match on the Wikipedia site. It's because for some reason the main Wikipedia page is bugged out, but if you click below the group, you can. It says something like you can see the matches here. If you go below the group, it says click here to see the matches. It'll take you to a specific page for each group that has all the matches listed on it. I think the Wikipedia page is getting broken because of so many matches or something before. But now that if you click on those, it'll just take you to a separate page for each group. We're in Group B today at the moment. Reaper on the way, factory building as we get set up initially. We've seen the Reaper coming across again. Factory coming through, the CC getting built. It'll take a few moments to get this all started out right now, and yeah, see where things are gonna go. Factoring the CC all building up. We just have ourselves, the Reaper's going to hop by for a couple moments, so they get straight in there. Marine's going to get picked off already. Reaper's coming around Percival with the Hellion will take control of the front. One Marine of Heromarine goes down, but the bunker keeps you safe. And a faster expansion of Heromarine will start to give him a little bit of a work lead over the next few moments. We've seen the Reaper's going to be there. One Reaper gets picked off already. We're going to see the tech labs coming about. Just going to have ourselves the Reaper and a couple Hellions back over that right-hand side. A couple SUVs coming through. The interference matrix is coming up as well. And the Starport going to get the tech lab. And we are just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellions continue to gather here for a couple of moments. When will Shopify Rebellion play next? We don't. So the problem with Shopify is that they've got a bit of an odd situation with Hearthstone not being able to play. So it's in process because we actually have to swap players from matches that were already set and stuff. So I don't know. There's not like a set time or schedule because it's just a match that's being fixed basically. So yeah, I don't know. Is the TLDR? I'm hoping. I mean, playoffs are next week, so I'm hoping by maybe the start of next week I'll have full info. But right now I'm just not 100% sure just yet. Match fixed, as in the matches are broken because certain players can't play. So we're going to fix the matches from being busted, not match fixed. And we're just going to make it so that we can actually have the games played. Because right now, the state that the matches are in, they can't be played like that. Yeah. We're called out on every word nowadays, aren't we? Barracks to the tech lab, just going to see the siege tank coming through. And we just get set up as we do have the SCV coming about. It is a second starport from Percival, so he's going to get very aggressive in this game and look to kind of bust Heromarine early, to put a lot of pressure on the map. Now, Heromarines actually going second starport, but after his third CC, so Heromarine might actually have a pretty okay counter to this in the next little bit, as you can see the couple of Cyclones locking on. And we are going to be having a little bit there to push off. What's up, Lambo? Thank you for the raid. From everyone from the Lambo stream. We are casting some Team League right now. I talk about a Shopify Rebellion and the Lambo is here 2 seconds later. Like I'm being watched. Alright, we do have the army from Percival pushing, like I say. Generally, it's a very aggressive push here, as you are seeing a double starport shove getting going. We are going to lose one cycle in the end, but I mean, we forced out an auto turret. The Ravens are a little bit lower, so that might be a factor. I'm just going to be seeing this Raven, Viking, Marine tank army continue to press forward. The couple of Vikings going to pull off to the right side. They can get a Raven early is massive. He loses a Viking, but you get rid of a Raven that will never spellcast here. That's a huge deal. Okay, he actually lost a second one, though. Matrix is up one of the tanks. Auto turret's down. Can't really fight the Vikings off super easily, but because of the Matrix, he is able to get the Marines underneath, and that will do some of the aiding there to help things along. You have obviously got the vision available with those Vikings. That's the power of the double starport, but Heromarine has double reacted starport, so he's going to get a lot more Vikings up. He still keeps one of his Ravens alive as well. There's the Liberator that we kind of need to push back. Oh, he Matrixes to buy himself some time to fight this away. Can he get rid of the Raven? We do. The Marine's able to get here, actually get some damage output as well. The Liberator is still going to remain, though, so the Liberator is going to get a siege tank kill. Heromarine a little late to unsiege that. I think Heromarine might have just bled out a few too many units there, unfortunately. He's actually going to start winning the air fight now, but he's lost too many of his tech units. He needed to protect these units a little bit sooner, and unfortunately, that has not happened, and hence this is going to be very difficult from here on out. Viking's going to have to land. The tanks are going to siege. This Orbital is going to get poked on into as the Marines and the Vikings push on up. The tanks are going to be right there. The Vikings land. The SCVs are going to pull. And we're going to send it into the rest of this army. 8 SCVs, 14, 15 SCVs. Percival is going to tie it up for the villains of SC2, it feels like, because he is clearing this out. Ton of work is going down. He might lose his army, though. Is there any counterattack possibility from Heromarine? Like, sometimes you can go across the map with one big shove. I just don't think there's enough supply here to really make that happen. You see the Viking lifts up, but actually could have just probably kept one Viking in the sky, and we would have got the kill on that as well. Liberator sieging the tank, and a couple of Vikings pulling back the other way. And we just see another scan coming out the front of everything else there. Viking's going to shoot, take some damage. Liberator going to siege up from Heromarine, but he's down 26 workers to be exact. So he's down 26 workers. His economy is obviously in the bin at the moment. Just going to see that one Marine is going to be there to push the Vikings back the other side. And that, for now, will be seemingly that. Well, just have our units all gathering together still, getting set back in. Just gonna get a grab, just gonna clean that out. Gonna see the couple of Vikings is gonna be there, a couple of SCVs repairing. We've seen the combat shields coming through, bringing that over. Just gonna have ourselves again the stim on the way about. The 1-1 upgrades continue to come by as well. Got the feeling that this is going to be a push from Percival, though. That is probably going to knock Heromarine down and out again out of this game and give this series a 1-1 scoreline heading into our first 2v2 match. Coming up in a few moments. That's going to be MaxPax solo against the Heromarine Showtime combo. I actually really look forward to that. I think that's two very organized teams that are going to play each other. Marines get underneath. The Vikings going down. Heromarine, I felt like was on his way to holding this. Just the fight on the high ground where he matrixed the Liberator and then didn't quite do enough with it. Like, he needed to pull the tank backwards during that time. Because if he preserved the tanks and could have sieged a couple of tanks up and he won the sky fight, he might have been able to stop the ground army doing much else. It's the sort of thing, it really snowballed super heavily from there, but I do think that there was a chance in a way with what Heromarine had to maybe make it work. Let's go and see those tanks firing. Orbital taking some shots. And we are going to have ourselves, yeah, this Orbital just getting shot down. This really does feel like it's coming to a close. Tanks still firing. Orbital still taking damage. Vikings up in the sky. Combat shield. Marines, the Liberator, the Viking, the Medevac, all continuing through. And we just have this group of units from Percival still hammering away at the Orbital command. The Viking's going to be there to push the Medevac back. And we're just going to be seeing our army holding this siege. Percival pounding away to give it a 1-1 scoreline. Like I say, it feels kind of inevitable. Here's a Liberator that maybe buys you some time as Heromarine. He's going to stim in with the Marines. His Liberator went down, so now he just has to go, otherwise the Orbital's going to fall. The tanks hold their own. The Vikings land, they get decimated, and it is 1-1. Percival gets the tie-up. Big game win from him. As, like I say, this ties things heading into the 2v2. Which is going to be Heromarine and Showtime versus MaxPax and Solar. So, get this host up. It's going to be Roscallion for the map. Cool. Get this hosted, and yeah, MaxPax Solar versus Heromarine and Showtime in the 2v2 up next. Get this going in just a couple seconds, guys. So, I'll get that started off, get this underway, and yeah, we will be having this one starting out here. Alright, just move a couple of people around. Showtime up to the top. Missing Solar. Alright, we are just missing Solar. Where are you, Solar? Invite him in and get this ready to start off, guys. Perfect. Players are here. If everyone's ready, we are good to go. Again, appreciate you all tuning in and join us for some Team League. Like I say, we'll probably have a couple Team League matches from replays on a Thursday, and then be done with the Team League group stage, ready for the playoffs next weekend. Solar and MaxPax are ready, just waiting for Heromarine and Showtime to ready up as well. And we can kick this off. Go goes. Let's do it. 1-1 tied up here in this big matchup. Again, mentioned a few times, but this one is important for this group in terms of where things are going to end up at the end of it all. Let's send it. Alright, into the top left-hand side, it is going to be our blue Protoss and Zerg. MaxPax and Solar fitting on the screen right here. As on the bottom side of the map, it is going to be Heromarine and Showtime for this Protoss Terran versus Protoss Zerg. Onside, not onside at all. Villains of SE2 against the Musketeers. Map's free. And away we go. Chrono boost coming down. Get set up a couple moments. Get underway here for a couple of seconds. Maybe seeing the assembly coming into place. Gateway in the assembly old building. And yeah, getting that online for a little while for now. See where things will go to. Again, after this, MaxPax and Classic are going to play 2 maps back-to-back against each other. So the game after this, the match after the games after this can absolutely go any which way. PvP between MaxPax and Classic is absolutely no guarantee. So this 2v2 could set the stage, because if one of the guys, if you win the 2v2, your guy is set to go 2 and win this series already. So could be massive. Of course, they could trade maps as well, and it comes down to the other 2v2. So much possibility. Excellent Cybercore coming about, probe coming over. Again, probe's going to come about, just going to see the Nexus and the Adept continue to come about. A couple of things is going to be there, pushing the Reaper back to the high ground initially. It's going to be seeing the Reaper going to get there. It's going to be the Queen able to play a bit of defense initially, so able to hold that off just for now. Stargate coming in from both of the Protoss players. Showtime obviously abusing the Phoenix in that earlier game. Did not quite go well against Maru and Zaun. You're gonna see the Adept gonna be there. Reaper gonna come about for a couple of seconds. And do have ourselves a little bit of fight coming around. So the Stargate's Chrono boosting. Gonna be straight to a Phoenix from Showtime. He's making a second, whereas MaxPax went for 1 Oracle now into Phoenix. If this becomes a Phoenix war, that obviously could be a pretty big deal. Cycle on the Marines is going to be there. SCVs get chased away. Just have ourselves the couple of Phoenix going to come about. The Oracle is going to get jumped on for a couple seconds, so it's going to be getting in for some damage, but it's going to go down pretty quickly. So Showtime shuts that down, and MaxPax's already moving away from any kind of long-term Phoenix war. He's going into the Twilight Council, so he's going to switch toward Blink. Barracks comes down, just going to move across to that tech lab for a couple seconds. Just going to put that in position. The Reaper fights against and kills off the Zerkin already. Well, we just have again there and the Roach still building about. Just going to have ourselves the Phoenix on the right side, patrolling around to see what they can get up to here. Just going to get a couple liftoffs. The Adept's getting caught initially as well, so just going to grab them. In building, both those engineering bays coming down. Continue to get that put into place at the moment. Just gonna chase the Reaper, and we do chase that Reaper out of there, so for now at least just gonna get that away. I think he's gonna take a chance to jump onto the Overlord and grab that for the next few moments as well. So get that put into position and get that set. We do have the bio upgrades coming in from Heromarine. Not too surprised, I think, playing mech against the Zerg, who has a lot of utility to kind of remove the mech from the game. with the Vipers and so on, I think is not necessarily destined to go well. So I kind of like the bio choice. It's currently Roaches out of Solus. That's his current way of setting up into this. Is the Phoenix getting the lift on that Queen. That Queen is going to go down. The Overlord's still getting poked. A few Stalkers showing up to chase Phoenix back around in the other direction. Now the Overlords will start to take some damage as well. We continue to ping around a little, trying to see what else is going on. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack all building through. The few Lings get a wrap around on the Nexus. The Marines and the Cyclone will be there. Play chase down on a couple units as well as everything else. And the Phoenix pull back over to that left-hand side. Now the Stalkers pull through. Phoenix pull off to the sides. And like I say, just getting the rest of this coming about. Roach speed is going to be halfway done. Roach Ravage is still coming up. The Phoenix are going to get there. Another Overlord being picked away at. It's going to see the Phoenix coming through, lifting up a few more of these Stalkers. And a bunch of these Stalkers continue to go down at the moment. So Stalkers just dropping off the face of the earth. Again, deleted. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield. Continue to come around. The Lings going to come running through too. The Phoenix is going to lift off a whole bunch of these probes. So that's a lot of probes going down. The Stalkers get there, picking off the Cyclone. The Siege Tank is going to fire. The Marines are going to stim. The Stalkers now blinking over. They're going to grab the Siege Tank on top of everything else. The Marines still coming back across. Stalkers still taking some hits. But this jump from Solar is doing work. Now, MaxPax has very little supply left, but if Solar's army can't be dealt with, maybe this doesn't matter. We obviously have a bunch of Phoenix that can help out. They could maybe start lifting up like the Ravagers here and getting some easy kills. I'm going to start lifting the Roaches now. I think he was just waiting to bring as many Phoenix back as possible. Obviously, Stalkers are going to be the easier lift, but do we just lift Ravagers? Do we shut down these Roaches? The Marine supply dropping still, obviously. Solar's supply doesn't deal with the Phoenix long term, but we've got to deal with these Stalkers. Can we lift any of them up? We're just going to go after the Roaches, which are now starting to dive the Siege Tank. We're going to lose a couple of the Phoenix initially as well. We're running out of energy on the Phoenix is the big issue, so I think Solar and MaxPax are making the breakthrough that is necessary here. We see the Phoenix coming back in. Do they have enough energy to keep going after these Stalkers? They get a fair few of them. We have a few more Marines setting up a tank sieges, but only to get blasted by Roaches straight away, just in the bottom left of the screen. And the Phoenix, yeah, not going to be able to do enough. GG has to be called, man, very close. But just not quite enough lifts available. I think we need a little bit more defensive position on the tanks, and maybe we get a bit more proactive with the Phoenix on defending the siege tanks with those. Maybe makes a difference here. I was actually very, very close. As a little bit of pressure comes onto Classic now, because Classic goes into this game 4 and 5 with the knowledge that if he gets 2-0'd by MaxPax, it is over. So Classic must at least go 1-1 to be able to take this through to the next 2v2. We're going to start on Tidal Citadel. MaxPax server advantage for the first map. It'll be Classic server advantage for the second map as we get this ready to go. So Classic and MaxPax PvP coming up. 2 maps back to back here, guys. Run ads now, because then we're very likely to go very quickly from game 1 to game 2 between these two guys. So if we run the ads now, it means that we don't have to run them between the games when we're very likely to be moving very quickly. Alright. Moving on, moving on. Alright, just waiting for MaxPax to join us here, and we'll be off and away. Go, go. Send it. Alrighty, guys, it is go time. MaxPax and Classic, the first game of 2 they'll play back-to-back here. And it is going to be the Villains of SE2 that currently have the 1-0 lead, the 2-1 lead, sorry, in this best 7. Couple games of this PvP, and we'll see what it looks like coming out the other side into the 2v2 after this very, very soon. Tidal Citadel coming on up. Bottom right corner, our Red Protoss player whose team does give him the lead going into these games. And obviously such an expert at PvP. A lot of the time, will that be the case today? It is MaxPax in the bottom right corner of the map. Classic in the top left. Can swing things completely here for the Musketeers. Undefeated in the league so far and looking to take that just one step further. Already just having ourselves a couple of satellites coming up, the gates coming through. So we get set up, we get started here. Just going to be seeing a couple of gates coming down both sides. Classic has not been walling much with his gateways lately. It's something which he has seemingly just stopped doing the last few days. And he's leaving that wall open, which means he is not in as much trouble when he gets proxy roboed. So, it's an interesting one. Both players playing the two gates here initially as we get set up. There's going to be a proxy robo from Classic, so he's going to be the one to throw the robo down super close to MaxPax's base as well, so this is a super aggro proxy. And Mortals are going to rally forward extremely quickly here and going to put on a lot of pressure as MaxPax is scouting across the map, full scouting to the main. He's going to get the Stargate down, so defensively speaking, he's in a good starting position. Like I say, I wonder if the speed... It just kind of... I wonder if the position of the robo kind of adds to the speed of this perhaps a little bit. Couple stalks coming through, the warp gate coming up. BRB, 1 second, guys, sorry. Sorry guys, the door went and there was no dog barking, which probably means that Ellie and Helen are out, which means I have to go get the door. Apologies. So where are we at? Sorry, I'm joining us here. This Immortal looks like it's dying. That doesn't seem great for Classic. Yeah, because if we just go straight to Phoenix, then we can just lift the first Immortal and we can't really do much to protect it. Uh-oh. Is Classic just dead? This feels very, very bad for Classic. This feels very bad for him. He's going to lose the Robo. And MaxPax starts to expand. And Classic basically has nothing to show for this. And Stalker's coming through. A couple shots coming about. Yeah, we have a few more Stalkers here and Immortal Chrono Boosting. I mean, maybe there's still a little bit of hope. I'm not going to give up too easily as Classic. Trying to fight in this game one. Obviously lose this, your opponent gets up to match point with that next PvP on the horizon as well. It's just, I feel like MaxPax now is starting to get into such good control with the low ground expand and everything being set up here as well. Gonna have ourselves the couple Stalkers still coming about, so again coming through for a little bit, make some more damage just initially. Team League Stalkers still trying to fight. MaxPax just has too much, and this is going to get out of control. MaxPax going to win this game, and it's going to go to 3-1 advantage. MaxPax and the villains. And the Musketeers are going to be up against the wall with their backs facing that said wall. Okay. God damn it. I stood up to go answer the door, and my brain has been mush ever since, apparently. I broke my StarCraft 2 jive, you know? Yeah. Alright, well, real talk is that MaxPax is looking to win this. Don't need much more explanation than that. The hallucination just going to come around. Stalker in the center is going to gather up a couple moments. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers will continue to go to the upper sides. The Oracle coming around. The Twilight Council still building. Island in production. We're just going to be seeing ourselves. The Nexus and company coming on through. There's going to be MaxPax about 20 supply ahead, pushing into the natural of Classic now. Forcefield comes down to start us off. The battery's obviously going to do some work, but MaxPax also has a bit of harass over in the main base. The Oracle sets up a massive stasis ward, so Classic's going to be missing economy there. He at least got the wall off up, so the Adepts didn't do anything. I mean, he made the most of this defense, apart from dodging the stasis. Like, if he dodged the stasis, it would have been obviously better, but I feel like outside of that, he did a pretty decent job of this overall. And blank for a couple probes. Nexus in the gateway. All coming about. You see the assimilator and an additional pylon coming through. It's Oracle cruising around as MaxPax will just look for even more damage and look to extend the advantage which he holds in this game. Still just about 20 supply lead again. It was nice that Classic didn't die off in this, but he's not exactly improved his position, unfortunately. Again, pylon setting up. Just gonna see the Nexus, the Oracle, the Blink all coming through. You got a lot of that on the way. Hallucination just pops up right off the bat. Stalkers and the Sentry coming back around. Just gonna regather there for a couple of moments. We've seen the, I mean, a couple of Adepts getting through. Classic just, again, doing what he can, but he's still going to be behind on workers, behind on the third base timing. Buying a bit of army supplies. MaxPax pushes across. We'll see if he can actually just break through this time, or if he needs to go a little longer still. Forcefield comes down. The Stalkers get forced to blink away, just initially. MaxPax just not going to go diving into anything too quickly. He's going to play it slow and steady if he needs to, and so far it does seem as though he needs to. He's been taking that approach at least for now. Okay, well now he just walks into the natural. Now you can walk into the main and force field, and that probably just seals the deal. No, I mean, Classic supply block, losing his tech structure. We have another force field available too. We have no energy to recall to the high ground here as Classic. And so MaxPax just with the the punch to the face again out of the game. I mean, it doesn't get much more straightforward than this. Walk in the main, kill off the majority of stuff that's here. Stasis at least get dealt with in the low ground. And Classic just going to say GG. MaxPax will take this one and put the villains of SC2 a map away from victory in this Team League matchup. Let's see what happens as we continue into this next one then, as we get this set up. Where are we going? We are going to We are going to Winter Madness. Let's get that hosted. Cool. Alrighty, so lobby link this up and get this ready to go. And we get into game number 2 of MaxPax and Classic here. Classic must win to keep his team alive, and then they would have to win a 2v2. And if they can win the 2v2, we go to an ace match. So that is the situation from here on out. The most of tiers just win, win, win. Get that ready to go. Alright, let's jump in. As we jump into this one, and we have ourselves match point opportunity for the Blue Protoss player. In the bottom right-hand side, MaxPax is a couple maps away, well, a map away from winning this for his team. Is Classic in the top left is the Red Protoss looking to do the same. He is a couple maps away from making things happen here. And as we get this up and running, he needs to win this, and then he needs to get into that 2v2 and win with Heromarine in that 2v2 to send them into an ace match. And he would not be eligible to play in the ace match. The ace match should probably be, if I had to guess, probably like Showtime solo. Would be my best guess, because obviously MaxPax played twice, Classic played twice. So if we get to an ace, probably Showtime solo, unless they fancy Heromarine solo on the map. I don't imagine they send out Percival. Not sure what the map is. I could tab and find out, I guess. If it goes to an ace map, it will be played on 10,000 feet, so yeah, I think maybe PVZ. That one. Alright. Let's see if Classic can do it, though. He must win this to force the 2v2 to have a chance of forcing the ace match. Yeah, there's a lot to be done right now. A long way to go at the moment. Probe coming over, Sabacos coming through. We've seen a couple Stalkers coming about. Stalker and the Adept coming around. It's going to be seeing the Stalker coming about. And it's going to be seeing a couple of units moving through. You'll see the sentries coming up, Warp Gate on the way. The Stalkers and the sentries gather. Next, coming up on both sides of the map here, just initially getting that on the go. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate building through, Sentry, Stalker, Warp Gate coming up as well. It'll take a couple of moments. getting established here just initially. Few shots coming about, Oracle moving through. Next in the battery coming up. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Sentries coming around as well. That Oracle's going to finish in a few moments, and the Oracle will activate for a probe. Moving back across to go after another probe. There's a couple workers going down. The Oracle's still active, trying to find some more workers here. Just for the moment. Stalkers and Sentries heading down to the bottom. We're now going to see Classic looking to poke through. MaxPax drops a stasis ward in position as the Oracle gets that down. A few more Stalkers settling down in here as well. It's a massive stasis to stop Classic's attack. Well, it's going to be rough. It's not the end of the world because it's enough Stalkers that they might be able to kind of fend for themselves. But the issue is obviously that these other units are getting chased down already. So you take a couple of losses. I think we just lost one. It's still going to be awkward because obviously the warping comes in to help, and Classic is trying to line this up with his own units kind of coming back across to get re-involved. Which he will. There's a bunch of batteries available here, so the defense is right there. The Void Ray coming up. We are going to drain a lot of battery energy before that Void Ray is around. Classic's already lost 8 probes, though, so this is starting to look pretty dismal. The Void Ray shows up. We do not have anywhere near enough Stalkers to shoot a Void Ray down. The batteries are still healthy. Classic has to GG, and the villains of SE2 will break the winning streak of the Musketeers. Both these teams are pretty much looking to go to the playoffs then. As the villains will be 4-1 with the match to play. The Musketeers are going to be 4-1 with the match to play. Or to finish against Polish Power. I think they're probably going to be 5-1 there. Villains against Bonkers probably goes that way, 5-1. And it's kind of a chase of Shopify and Onside and the rest, so... Oof. Alrighty, so let's get this ready to go into one last match, guys. We will play the 2v2, and it's going to be our last matchup of the day. So it is going to be Rohana, one last game. We play all the maps just in case, and we'll get into this in just a second. This one is a complete coin flip. Cool. No, wrong serve. Ah. Alright, MaxPax Percival versus Classic Heromarine, just to round us out. And we're all done on the day, guys. Big day for the Musketeers still. They pretty much guarantee their playoff placement, I would imagine. I don't think enough teams can take them down, so they're going to be through. They're going to be through. Yeah, looking good, looking good. Alright, Classic and Gabe, Percival and MaxPax in a second. And just see if anyone else wants in on this lobby. See if anyone else will join us here for this one. TKL with the raid. What's up, guys? Welcome. We are casting one more map today. Thanks for being with us. And yeah, we will round up after this game. So last map for us. As MaxPax, Cinco already. Yeah, just need someone to pick a color. Someone go blue and blue, maybe? I guess yellow and orange versus red and purple kind of works. Sure. Alright, ready, MaxPax and Percival. And just waiting for Classic and Heromarine to ready up as well as they get ready to kick this off, guys. Again, hello everyone, welcome to the finale of the Team League stream today. Appreciate you all. So yeah, Villains of SE2 and Musketeers both 4-1. This map might be important in terms of breaking the tie break on points. Probably not, because I think Villains... not sure, 100%. Classic ready. That means Gabe should be ready too. We can kick this off, guys. send it. Let's do it. Let's jump into this one as we get in. I hope Heromarine ready. He didn't say it, but then sometimes, like, when the teammates say ready, like, you presume they are ready. So let's just make sure he makes an SCV. Yes, we're good. Alright. Into this one, though. What's up, Durango Duke? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub. Appreciate it, as obviously, guys, this series did not go the way of the most of tiers. 1 and 4 for them. We play this last map for a little bit of map score factor. Again, there's a couple of reasons why we do it, but the news for you guys is that we get to play map 6 no matter what. And so here we are for a little bit of 2v2 to round out the day and to wrap this up. So, see what happens. Again, both these teams are qualified for the playoffs, so that is the big news coming out of this, that both these teams will be playoff teams. And that is obviously some big info. It's very exciting. Excited to kind of get through on that and see what happens. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Alright, we'll see where we go. Wardy is lit. Thank you. That feels like such a cool kid compliment. I'm lit, guys. I am lit. We're going to be seeing the cervical, the Reaper and the orbital coming about. Just going to be seeing the cervical, and the Nexus coming up as well. So we get that settled for a couple of moments. We're seeing the Nexus coming about. Just going to get that set up for a couple of moments. Yeah, I'm just going to have a Reaper coming about here for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellion coming over. Stargate on the way through. Adept in the Warp Gate building up for a little bit. So we bring that about. We get that settled. So as the couple of Reapers moving about. A little grenade coming down as we play a little chasing game for a few moments here then and get that settled into place. A couple moments as well. So bring that through. Just going to see the couple of Reapers and the Adept are going to move around for a little bit as well. Let me just get into position as you're all going to see a couple of shots coming about now as well. So a little bit of movement, a little bit of activity. It's going to be seeing the Adept is actually going to shade out of trouble here. Well, it's going to shade kind of deeper in and get some more done, but it actually gets itself out of trouble for the moment at least. So probes have to be pulled, and that's just going to be a little bit of an annoyance. We're still pushing on the other side. And these Reaper Adept combos can turn quite aggressive, as you see. The Hellions still coming about. The Adept is going to shade up once again at the moment. Just trying to move further through for now. And see what else is happening and continue to set up for the next few moments. Adept's coming about. Just going to be seeing the pylon. Taking some shots. Reaper and the Hellions will continue to come about. Oracle going to fight a few more probes going down. Just going to be seeing the Oracle still activating. A bunch more probes taking damage. Cyclone Marines continue to come through. Stimpack the Marines and the Starport continue to come about. SCVs in production. And again, the Blink building. Just going to see the extra gates and the probes coming around as well. Hellions heading down to the bottom right-hand side. Again, Medivacs and the Marines of the Stim continue to come through, just having ourselves the setup from Percival and MaxPax back at home, settling down for a little bit. We're seeing the Oracle going to go after the couple of SCVs, just going to get in for a bit of damage. Let's see the order. Sense Tower, sorry, going to finish up. That's going to be a couple of probes getting grabbed. Again, Stimpack will be finishing very shortly here. A few more Marines coming up out. The Engineering Bay coming up as well. Oracle is going to head down that bottom left-hand side. The Stalkers continue over again. Dark Shrine, the Nexus, and the Blink all continuing through. For the moment. Continue around with that just for a little bit. Gonna try to see what else we are getting up to right now. Just gonna be seeing the Hellion is open about a little bit as well. And again, the Stalker's gonna get there. Oracle will take some damage, take a few shots, and we are just gonna be seeing that Stasis Wall continue to settle down. The few Stalkers coming back through once again. Marine's gonna stim up. They see the Phoenix and the couple Stalkers taking some damage as well. The Medivacs will load to the Marines. Percival and MaxPax looking to get around to that left-hand side, so looking to engage over here. The Stalkers can blink up, and they're going to make this a combined attack, but there's a lot of units there, so I don't think we can really justify committing through into this. Instead, we back it away for a couple of moments. Percival going to be met on the low ground. Sorry, well, MaxPax going to be met on the low ground, but Classic, a few of his Stalkers going to get in a catch just initially. So Oracle is going to go down, so that's going to be the end of that harassment too. So that's a shutdown, and MaxPax continue to lose units. Classic will chase down the low ground, blinking after the Stalkers and getting some revenge for the PvPs he just lost out in. So find a little bit of revenge, if nothing else, at least a little bit of positivity. Stasis catching a few of these Stalkers. And we are going to have ourselves the few Stalkers still in a little bit of trouble. Stalkers blinking up, one more Stalker taking damage. And we just have ourselves the Stalkers still trying to chase through. The few Marines get up to the top side. Medivac's going down. The Stalkers continue to trade out with the other Stalkers just initially. And we're going to have ourselves the tank and everything else pushing those other Stalkers away. So again, doing a great job of this. Medivac goes down. Another couple Stalkers still being chased away also here. So again, a little bit more happening right there. Fire's going to fight. Just going to be getting a few more shots going about as well. Just going to be seeing the missile turret gathering in and getting a few more hits off. So again, finding some more damage here. Stalkers pulling back, the DT pulling back over the left-hand side. Again, the Medivac's gathering. And just continue to set back up for the next few moments. I see the Bio going to jump onto a couple of these Stalkers, so we'll see a couple of them going down. A big dive here right now. Heromarine and Classic have a lot of supply. They're looking very solid in this 2v2, honestly, and they're looking great. The CC is going to burn down. It's going to see the Stalkers getting after these other Stalkers here. It does feel as though this one is heading to a result, which is going to be that at least the Musketeers take another map. I think this is an important game for the Musketeers because I actually still think it's important to get some 2v2 practice in. You know, if you're going to be in the playoffs, these two guys are going to play more 2v2 together in important matches, so that does become a factor. MaxPax says GG. Percival says GG. Classic and Heromarine will take this one down, and that, my friends, is going to do it for today's WardiTV Team League. Musketeers get one more map, and that will be that. Oh, thank you so much for joining us, my friends. It's been a pleasure as always. Tomorrow is Kung Fu Cup Day, so we'll be back with Kung Fu Cup tomorrow. Do I have a link for that? Probably this. So yeah, Kung Fu Cup tomorrow is at the regular stream time because of a daylight savings. It's now at our regular stream time. So Kung Fu Cup will be tomorrow. I appreciate you all, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. On Thursday, we'll do the replays of some of the final Team League matches to get those wrapped up as well and to get that figured out. Some of the matches here and there in that Group A and some of the Group B stuff. And then, like I say, we've got a couple outstanding matches probably, but that's the plan for the week. Then I'm actually off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we'll be back on Monday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I was going to stream on Sunday, just not really working out, basically. So yeah, we're going to go for that kind of a approach. Cool. Cool. All right, I appreciate you all. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. So thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Kung Fu Cup. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow's stream. Have a great one, and I'll catch you there. So that's on the outro. Support the channel. Appreciate you all. Bye.